Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, August the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, guys. Oh, yeah, wow. Lots of doom and gloom right now, guys. A bit of a pall over this market. Let's take a look at yeah, I've been talking about Bill and well, PJ, I would always be mentioning Bill because it's an earnings play. The big difference is now I may trade it. But Bill is an earnings play, and as I pointed out, on the weekly chart, I mean, it's below all of this on the weekly chart. The next low on the weekly chart is $74. And I'm not saying it's getting there, but that is the next low on the weekly chart for BILL, and this is an earnings play. Ross, this is an earnings play up. ROST. ROST is an earnings play, and it is up. Not very much volume yet, only 27,000 shares. Released earnings after hours. You can see the move area there. That's the reaction, and it's basically held it. Yeah, if you do this, just quickly, Jay, if you right click and save contents, okay, save contents, and you'll have Excel files, okay. So if you right click on an alert window and then click on save contents, and then the first option actually is Excel, okay. Now, the one thing you might do, I'll do an interruption, depending on what you want. If you just want the symbols, I haven't done this for so long. Just give me a moment. Yeah. So if you just want the symbols, okay, like highlight. Actually, the export, I'm not sure. Actually, I'm wrong. Okay, the export will take everything, I guess. Anyway, try that. Okay. If it doesn't work, I'm a little busy right now. I'll help you later if it doesn't work exactly the way you want it to. But you should get everything. Fetch guys, FTCH is an earnings play, all-time low. So nothing is holding this up. All-time low now for Fetch. Lots of shares available, 4.2 million in Interactive Brokers. So got to be a lot of shares available. Most brokers platforms. Got to watch this as it opens. It's underneath $3, whole number. Keys is another earnings play. KEYS. Big gap down 11%. Big float, not very much volume yet. Again, a lot of these, when you see these big gap downs and then you think, well, not that much volume. The big gap happened after hours. That was when they released. But, once the market opens, we're going to see a lot more volume coming in. So 150, it's at 150 right now. The next low looking left is 144. So there is room underneath for keys also. I'm sorry, we're at 132. Excuse me. Wow, I'm sorry. We're way under here. I am sorry, man. Where is there any support? Looks like 130 is the next low that I can see, and that was back in about a year ago in June of last year, and that is for keys. Now this one popped up, but again, I am not that interested in these small ones. I'll only tell you about them if you're interested. Great, but CRKN, it popped up. It got up to 244. It's pulled back down to 217. Still up 30%. Low float, 1.3 million in the float. It is an earnings play next week. It's an earnings play next week. Gonna see why. I don't see any specific reason why this is up today. That is the CRKN. VIPS, VIPS. China a stock, China retailer, I guess. Is it a retailer? Yeah, yeah, it's a retailer. So VIPS. So 1516 is the VWAP. So it's at the VWAP right now. 200-day moving average is 1461. So it's just a little bit above the 200-day moving average. So critical areas for VIPs to try to hold. Big float. Well, okay, just got to get the float information up. We have no float information for VIPs. L is an earnings play, guys. This is Estee Lauder. This is now a big gap down for L. Not quite a lifetime low, but look at this. I mean, this is a really big breakdown now. Let's take a look at the weekly chart, see where there could be some support. So we're at 151 here. I think I see the next low is around 147 for L on the weekly chart. So it still has about $4. So let's take a look at a couple of ETFs here, guys. So China is in disarray right now. So look at KWEB. I mean, yeah, KWEB is now a really critical area to try to hold. Lots of turmoil, of course, in China. Big real estate company that's basically filed for, they call it Chapter 15. I'm not familiar with Chapter 15, but Chapter 15, and that's that big real estate holding company. I think they owe something like 300 billion and they have 300 billion in debt. And then the other one overnight, my goodness. I mean, I don't trade Bitcoin at all. Look at Bitcoin, BITO. Look at this. Now, so Bitcoin, what I see, it dropped. Now I know this is maybe not completely real time, but it's down. Looks like $1,500, 1570. We're at around 26,000. And I remember when this was not that long ago. It doesn't seem that long ago. Yeah, when it was up here, that was around 40,000, over 40,000. Now this is an ETF for Bitcoin, of course. And so I'm just showing you a BITO. Now, right on the 200-day moving average, 1437. Sorry, again, I'm really sorry. I keep looking at the daily chart and there's the price, but we are below the 200-day moving average now for BITO. Of course, this is wreaking havoc for Mara. Remember Mara? Remember when it was up to 20? $11 now, almost cut in half. Riot, the same thing. All right, Riot, 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 same thing. Wait a minute, are they the same? Not quite. Okay, so they're almost the same. They both got up to about $20, and now they're both down to about that 11, 12, 12 area. That's both Mara and Riot. And of course, the other one, Coin. Wow. I mean, just a few days ago, 3 weeks ago, about $111, now 71 for Coin. Okay, guys, so 909 now. So let me take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. If there's anything interesting, I'm sure we'll have a lot more downgrades and upgrades. Actually, not a huge number. But I have an extreme short. I mean, it's obvious. I have an extreme short bias now. I mean, anything that really pops, I'm looking to short. Anything that is moving down, I'm looking to short. All right, let's take a look at some of these upgrades, see if there's anything interesting. Interesting meaning some kind of a price target that's been put on a company that is like here's Morgan Stanley with an upgrade for Globe Life GL. Let's take a look at GL just for fun. They've got a 130 sorry, $131 price target. Well, good luck. Good luck. $131 price target for GL. Anyway, let me get them in and we'll talk about some of them later as I get them in. Now, I'm not sure how I can read this. It says a price target. I'm looking at HE, Wells Fargo. It says it's an upgrade from underweight to equal weight, but then it says 25 to 8. So I'm not sure how to interpret that, to be honest. I know Hawaiian HE came out and said, look, we're not restructuring. We're looking for advice. And that caused the stock to pop a bit. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. I'm not more probably more interested in the downgrades just to see what if anything really crazy. Like some stocks that's at 70 right now with a target of 30. Briefing.com, Kiddick. Briefing.com. Okay. It's just it's nothing to do with trade ideas. It's just briefing.com. Okay, let's take a look at anything. Morgan Stanley downgrading AFL. Take a look at AFL. That's right. It's got the downgrade price, so it doesn't really matter. Ooh, Beezer. No, Beezer, BZH. Take a look at Beezer. No, it's already below the price. Okay. Too late, JP Morgan. They were downgrading Fetch to $6. A little late. There's a downgrade from Barclays, from Key or for Keys. You know, I often wonder when do these guys put these out? Do they not see what's happening this morning? The reason I say that is that Morgan Stanley, or sorry, Keys has been downgraded to 144 from 204 to 144 from Barclays. I mean, look at Keys now. I mean, it's when are these guys actually issuing these things? I mean, 131, 144. Okay. I mean, it's possible all these were down last night, but anyway. Now, HSAI, a downgrade from Goldman. Let's take a look at HSAI. Yeah, again, I mean, they're downgrading it to 1240, but it's already at 1015, 1014. But I guess it's taking effect in the pre-market, but it's already there. So I'm just curious. I'm wondering, when do these companies actually come out with these downgrades? Yeah, so so let's take a look at the news for HE. This is what I was reading this morning. Okay, so the goal is not to restructure. I mean, who knows if ultimately that's what's going to happen, but the goal is not to restructure the utility, seeking expert advice, et cetera, et cetera. And that's what caused the pop. Well, guys, let's take a look at these the sectors now. It's not gonna be pretty. Now, the interesting thing though is when I look at my pre-market actives up and down, not a lot of activity. The way I gauge activity is how many are up at least 10%. That's what that light green, anything over 10% will be in light green. So there are only four up more than 10%, but there are only three now, just one more added, only four down more than 10%. So there's not a lot of, well, I'll have to check then, William. I understand that. I'm going to check then to see, because some of these downgrades don't make sense to me unless you're right. If they have news or earnings or within the earnings period or after they had some news. I'll check it on Monday, see how close we are or they are coming up with these price targets, because most of these price targets seem to be already achieved. Anyway, what I was saying is that there are only four that are up over 10% and only now three down 10%. So not a lot of super action in the pre-market. Morning, real. Oh, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. And this is going to, yeah, we're starting to get into kind of uh-oh territory for a lot of the major sectors. So I'm going to click on sector status. So as I said, we're in for another week open and reflective. Look at energy. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE is the major ETF for energy, 91% in red. That means that 91% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. So when you take a look at every sector, they're all under 50%. The only one that isn't is utilities. And again, a lot of that is maybe a flight to what we call defense stocks, not defense as in war. We're talking about a lot of like utilities. A lot of these stocks pay dividends. So call it a little more of a flight to safety, if you will. But now, here is where it's going to get interesting. XLE. Let's take a look at XLE. And what we're looking for is, okay, there again, it's the 200-day moving average. So it's still above it, still above it. Take a look at retail, XRT. So you saw what happened yesterday, guys. Retail just touched the 200-day moving average. It sat right on it. And this morning we're down below the 200-day moving average. So I'm going to put that, there's one. Okay, there is one. Staples, we know XLP, we know that's below the 200-day moving average and has been moving away like down underneath. So there's Staples, XLP, another one under the 200-day moving average. Now, I don't really follow the 50-day moving average, but I did read that all of the major majors are major sectors are below. I'm surprised that communications and tech are. I don't have the 50 on my chart, but they said all the major sectors are now below the 50-day moving average. I am surprised that communications is. They've got healthcare inching its well, look at it. I mean, there's the pre-market 133.25. The 200-day moving average is 132.49. So it's right on top of that 200-day moving average. Remember, at one point we had every single major sector above the 200-day moving average not that long ago. Take a look at XLI. So there's XLI. So what we're seeing, even the ones that are above the 200-day moving average, you can see how they're starting to drift down towards it. Consumer discretionary, XLY. Yeah, again, above, but inching down towards it. Materials, XLB. I think this one is below or right on it. Yeah, so it's just, again, just hovering above the 200-day moving average, XLB. Now, the ones that are still above it are XLC. XLC is still quite a bit above the 200-day moving average, but again, getting into that little pattern of drifting down towards it. But it's XLK. That is the one I think a lot of people are watching. There's the 200-day. It's still above it, but you can see how it's been drifting down towards it. So, okay, as we speak, we've got a couple that are below the 200-day moving average. What's interesting, maybe they're not. Well, they have to be counting energy and because I know I read this morning. Let's see if I can dig that up. This is just a little get in my email this every morning. Let's see if I can dig that up. Where did I read that? Well, maybe they're okay. I don't know what they're defining it as major indexes. Then maybe okay. Maybe I've got my terminology wrong because it says all major indexes close below their 50-day moving average. So maybe I got this wrong. Maybe they're not. This is not index. These are not indexes as such. These are the sectors. So excuse me for that. It says all major indexes close below their 50-day. So of course we're talking with the Dow and the Nas and the SPY, et cetera. So excuse me for that. Yeah, I didn't mention. You're right. I did not mention XLF. You're absolutely right. So XLF, I mean, that's a key one. I mean, that's now below the 200-day, closed below it yesterday, and now drifting down below it. So we've got three of the major sectors below the 200-day moving average. Therefore, that is why, of course, I am definitely short bias. No, Liam, thank you. No, sometimes again, no excuses. My time zone is a little tough sometimes, and I read these things, and I trying to do a lot of things in the pre-market, and I just misread it. For some reason, I instead of reading indexes, I read in my head sectors. All right, guys, let's see. Anything, just looking to see. Okay, we have a few more that have gapped up over 10%. Let's see what INBS. What's this one doing? INBS, no volume. WHLR. Well, let's see if our prognosticator PH is correct today. PJ. See there again, back to my chemistry days. WHLR. So that popped up and then right back down. HE. All right, guys. Well, I mean, my focus, I suppose, is on Bill. See if it's had a little bit of a pop. Keys. These are potential shorts for me once the market opens. Have to see how they trade, of course. But I think I saw it was 127. I'm gonna have to. You know what? Let's get a monthly chart up. Well, that didn't work. Oh, that's why I was over here. Yeah, I think I saw 129. So there's a little bit of support, not that far away, perhaps for keys, perhaps, but it seems to be right on that support area. ADTX, guys, is popping. I'm just hearing it. ADTX. Got up to $20, pulled right back down to 18. Why? I mean, I just got to be really careful. 6.71 in the float, a million in the float. You got to be very careful with these. If there's any news on this. Yeah, this was earlier, provides a shareholder update and plan strategy for achieving commercial scale. So that was a press release earlier today. Not today though, right? ADTX was not a. Why did they do a reverse split? ADTX. I don't. I'm just looking at our previous headlines. Or is that here? 818 rises 4,000% at the open. Yeah, okay. It probably was yesterday, right? Or today. Sorry, 18. I'm got my dates. Thank you, William. Thank you, William. Today. We have 30 seconds. 30 seconds to the open. All right, everybody. Let's have a great trading day. I'm going to get rid of this and just get set for my for the open. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Yes, I run the risk of something running right off the bat, and I'm not in it, and that's okay. Well, look at keys, guys. Look at keys. KEYS just took a little pop down now. All right, we are now open. Where this SE continues down, guys. Had earnings 3 days ago, and SE continues down. Well, actually, Bill has had a nice little pop. It's gone from 90 to 95 almost. Yeah, 90 to 95. So that's a pretty good pop for Bill, Bill. That was the other one I was looking at, a potential short. Lots of room underneath, but right now it's popping. Whereas Keys is moving down, but I'm not in it. Okay, so HE is showing up on the daily reversal, but you got to be careful, obviously. So, down day yesterday, reversing today, trying to reverse today. Well, CarMax is KMX is kind of taking it on the chin also, guys. Didn't see this one in the pre-market, really didn't trade in the pre-market. Well, this has got some room. CarMax, let's take a look on the daily chart. The next low is 77. So, it's got $2 and 30 cents or so, 25 cents to the next low on the daily chart for CarMax, KMX. Market is of course open very weak. Nas is down, Dow is down, SPY is down. So cheap one, low float, CRKN. Just I just can't get into these guys. I just, want to trade them, great, but I just cannot get into these right now. Wow, look at Bill. Bill had a tremendous bounce, like a tremendous bounce. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, this got down as low as 91, bouncing up to 98. There's a classic reason why I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. If I thought, you know what, I'm convinced this is going to move lower because of the gap underneath, would have got killed. I would have had to stop. But I mean, I mean, look at this. This would almost go positive. And Keys, the same thing. I mean, Keys, we're having a bounce in a lot of these ones that have been beaten up. Are you the only one with no audio? Well, let's do a test in YouTube. You got guys, can you hear me in YouTube? Audio is fine. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you, guys. Maybe do a no, well, Jamie or Josh can't hear me, so Josh, maybe exit and come back. Oops. All right, guys. I just mentioned CarMax, KMX. KMX is weakening, weakening, weakening. or the temptation, is to short Bill, but it's that's a tremendous bounce. Let's see what it does at 100. I mean, it's trying to get to 100. You got up to 99.85. That'd be such a key area for it to stall at and then come back down. And I'm talking about the BILL. Well, nothing on the option scanner yet. I did see some news on Bloomin this morning. Some company, Starboard Value, reports in their 13D filing a 9.9% stake. And that's I can't remember what the exact rules are, but if you do 10%, yeah, it's a different sort of a filing, or that's why you see a lot of these at like just underneath 10%. Anyway, they disclosed a 9.9% stake in BLMN. Now, does that matter? Well, let's take a look. $28, 28.09 is the next high looking left for Bloomin, BLMN. Wow, no kidding. ADTX halted. Well, we have 6.7 million, but that may not be correct because they did what was the ratio? What was the reverse split ratio? Could look it up, but if somebody has that handy, because that float will not be reflected today in what it really is. One for 40. Okay, so let's take 6.71. So that could be, that could be 167,000 or so in the float. Okay, that's crazy low, crazy, crazy, crazy low. Float information gets updated every 2 weeks or twice a month. To make it easy, 15th and 30th, as long as they don't fall on weekends. So be extremely careful because with that, if that float is correct, let me just go to another website. Yeah. Okay. So this site actually has. So yeah, it is 170,000. So yeah, just basically divide that by 40. 170,000. All right. So this just opened. I guess. Yeah. Just opened. ADTX again, guys. Please, if you're going to take this, I wouldn't take too many shares. Where are you going to put a stop? Because that is again, we have 140,000 in the float. Boy, look at Bill. Holy smokes. This is what a run, guys. Seriously. This took, now I'm looking at it, and keys. It's not like the markets had a big bounce. Wow. You have to flip the script and go long now on things. Seriously, I mean, that's a big, that's a massive bounce for Bill. I mean, it almost looks like it's going to go positive. I was jokingly thinking it might go positive. But look at this, only 31 cents under. Now this one did a reverse split. This one did a reverse split, I think yesterday. Not a reverse was yes, a reverse split. This used to be, remember, I don't know if you recall, but DFFN. I don't think we're going to be able to get the symbol up here, but this stopped trading. But I remember this had this big pop on the 16th. I was wondering why. Well, anyway, they now changed their symbol. They merged with a company, and they are now CRVO. Look at Bloomin'. I mean, it got right into that little area. What was the high there? 2808, and it got to 2815. So basically right into that high, and that's what stopped it. And then it came right back down. BLMN. Yeah, this one's sinking fast now. This VFS. Well, the hoopla about it, up to $38 3 days ago. Okay, now HTHT. Now, got underneath 43. It is now just a little bit above 43. Below there is 42.42. So maybe not enough room. Okay, so this EVLO was halted. No, on the way down. EVLO halted on the way down. Okay, I've got to take a look at keys here. It's very, very strange that we had two that I was focusing on for potential shorts once the market opened. Keys and Bill had tremendous bounces. I mean, this one 125 to 135. There's a $10 bounce for keys. I mean, Morgan Stanley is cutting it. They're still putting a $165 target on it, but they're cutting it from 180. This is keys. Well, keep an eye on Rost. Why not? Keep an eye on ROST. This is an earnings play. I mean, it sort of did the reverse of the other ones. I mean, this was positive, and it started to drop, but it has come right back up. That is ROST. The post market high was 121 yesterday. It released earnings after hours, so that was the post market high. The Rost, it seems to be recovering nicely. Hey guys, definitely interested in this Rost. Well, just hanging around that 120 mark. And I have to pinch myself thinking about trading stocks that are 120. But before I commit anything, let's take a look left. Well, you know what? 120.57 is the next high looking left on the weekly. So that might actually stall me. Well, I was yesterday afternoon, green. So I decided to go back to the TV charts. I may look at why are you experiencing lag? So VFS just came out of its halt. Yeah, no, that's a stunning reversal. Seriously, that's a stunning reversal for Bill. Well, it didn't seem so amazing when it was down to 90. I mean, this is it. I mean, this is what, Bill shares are trading lower after the company reported Q4 financial results and issued guidance, obviously lower. So this is the strange behavior that can happen in the market. The next high looking left for Bill is 105. So you would think that that might stall it. So XPEV is an earnings play. China EV. I thought this already had earnings, but I guess not. For China EV, maybe there's some support at the level it's no, maybe not. The next low looking left is 1354. 14 or so is the next lows looking left. Well, I'm glad I held off buying Ross or ROST. So the crazy one of the day right now is ADTX. Look at that, 41%, only 793,000 shares. Remember that float is actually 140,000. Brave man on the VFS, William. And here's another one that was down in the pre-market on earnings. Remember, the market was looking for a very weak open. The market has starting to rebound, definitely. But here's another one, Estee Lauder. It's got down to 150, 149 and a half. So this is almost a $10 bounce also. Everything's bouncing. Happy days are here again, guys. Seriously, I mean, this is quite the recovery for the time being. Even PayPal, which has been beaten up after its earnings release, been beaten up badly. It is having a bounce. Mara's having a bounce. AI is having a bounce. I mean, this could be an interesting one, this ALVR. I just wish it weren't so close to $3. Problem is, to me, it looks like it's got a lot of resistance right around 3. So, so you can see HE has been up and down, guys. Tough trader today, in my opinion. Really tough trader. Yeah, you're mentioning ACHR, EVTO, vertical takeoff and landing play. Problem I have with it is very close to 7, which was last week's high. Then the week before that was 708. So there might be quite a bit of resistance around the 7 area for ACHR. Okay, guys, Keys is now is having maybe it hit its high. Bill is just, I don't know. I don't even know how to explain Bill. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of beaten up stocks that have just come back in a big way. So Keys, I'm going to take a harder look at Keys. I believe it got into the VWAP. I think 131.79 is the VWAP. Yeah, so it got into the VWAP and then it excuse me, bounced off the VWAP. All right. Well, the next, excuse me, the next high looking left for Bill was 106.85 and it got up to 106.69. Is this it? Okay, I've been watching Keys for that VWAP break. It might break it, and if it does, maybe that'll send it down. 131.80, so it's about $1 away from that VWAP. What I'm going to do is just stick a price alert in that area, a little bit below the VWAP. Yeah, and also do the check here, Ale. right there, my single stock window, 131.80. Okay. And this VWAP is usually the same. That blue line there. But I always refer to this I'm very confident of being the actual VWAP, 131.80. This is my single stock window. So guys, just a word. I really do appreciate all the comments that some of you took the time to email trade ideas regarding the trading room. Very much appreciated. If you still feel so inclined to make comments about the trading room, the main thing is, getting the button to get in, or a tab to get into the trading room more visible again, because in the new website, it's buried. Unless you know where to look, you'll never find it. I'm more concerned about new people who will come into our website and just won't even know there's a trading room. So again, if you feel so inclined, support at trade-ideas.com. The more people that mention it, the company will certainly take a look. Okay, so I do appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it's at the bottom. You have to know where to look. I mean, on the other website, it was right at the top. You could see it, but most people don't. I mean, look, the people who've been in the room for forever, obviously they found it. There's some people in this room, but I'm more concerned about new people trying to come into the room. Exactly. I mean, how many people really scroll down to the bottom of a website? I mean, that's the last place they're going to look. Anyway, so if you feel so inclined, that's great, because it'll certainly help. There's the HE guys. So let's take a look at the market. So the market, I mean, NAS is still down. Dow is down, not as much. Boy, oh boy. Who was short Leanne? Leanne. I mean, I think you're hopefully, I don't know where your stop was for Bill. I mean, this is just taking it's almost ridiculous what has happened with it. But I know because you're in this room, Leanne, and I know you have a stop. Well, Taurus, all you have to do is keep asking me questions after 3 o'clock, and I'll stick around. Just pepper me with questions. I mean, listen, I could probably keep the room open till 3:30. It's just that I want to. I've got some things I like to do. So I don't want to actually have to monitor the room, but I could keep it open. I don't know if William usually leaves earlier than 3:30. I don't say usually, but he does. I just need somebody to close the room down. Meanwhile, the craziness continues with the ADTX. For crazy stock, the spread isn't insane. It's 40 cents. It's not insane. Now remember, excuse me, if you're looking at this, excuse me, this weekly chart for ADTX and you're saying, well, wait a minute, are you telling me this was a $5,400 stock? No, this is split adjusted. Okay. I don't know how many times they've done a reverse split, but today they, excuse me, is an effective 1 for 40 reverse split. So this is without the, so to be fair, because people might look at this, oh my gosh, this is up 59%. What an amazing, but in reality, you know, back here, excuse me, in November of 21, this was split adjusted, would have to be $5,400. Good for you, Tony. Yeah, based on that number over here, they've done multiple reverse splits. All right, guys, I'm not seeing too much now. I haven't had a new alert for a while. As somewhat predicted, the ALVR stalled at 3. Okay. All right. Well, this has some room. PDSB does have some room. I wish it were not as close to 6, though. PDSB. Yeah, that's a lot of bull baloney. Sorry, and I can't, you know what? Yeah, right. And that's why I have to be monitoring the room. You get nonsensical posts like that I had to delete. Okay, guys, what I'm looking at, I'm still kind of waiting on this keys to see if it can take out that VWAP, and it's very stubborn. Well, every time I think Bill is going to fall, it just has a little surge. I mean, maybe this is it. I mean, the next high looking left, it already 109.70 was the next high looking left. What did it get to? 109.68. So maybe that almost to the penny. Maybe that's finally the one that's going to stall it. So if you were to take this short right now, you would put your stop right at the high of the day. Yeah, I think he goes. I think he's got a couple. And I think that the other one might be any ideas for options trading. So the program doesn't scan for options as such. Now you might see I've got up here something called abnormal option activity. And I'll show you the filters that we do have to scan for option activity, okay? But we don't scan for options per se. I don't trade options, I trade the stock, okay? But this is what this is looking for though. First, let me just show you what we have for our option filters. But we have some obvious ones. The put call ratio. Option volume here is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Option volume today, obvious. Put volume today, call volume today. Now, this option volume today percent, that's the key one right there. So, for instance, VIPS, let's take a look at VIPS. So, this is traded 3,000 contracts right now, up to this point. 246%, 246% of normal, ratio two and a half approximately. So, what I'm looking for here are stocks that are having abnormal option activity. It's just another way for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally, okay? Zeroing in on their option activity. Now, some say that they can use this, at least especially if you're going to day trade options, to at least find the stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Because how are you going to day trade? Uh, how are you going to trade options, day trade options, unless you're like, how are you going to find those ones that are having abnormal activity? It's the same way which we have our relative volume, which I usually put around at least a minimum of three, which telling me that the volume itself, not just option volume, is abnormal. So again, long-winded, but we don't scan for options, but perhaps this sort of a setup can at least tell you what stocks are having abnormal option activity, and then you might be able to trade the options. Does that all make sense? So guys, I've done nothing so far. I've actually done nothing so far. What I'm finding is, some of these more expensive ones too that I'm following. I mean, there's not a great trend to them. They're sort of chopping around. They move down, they pop up, move down, pop up. Well, when you say I cannot use any of your tools for options trading, so we don't scan for options. I mean, if you're asking the question, do we scan for options? No. But as I guess I tried to explain, is that we can identify stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So, I mean, for instance, I mean, let's take a look at VIPS as an example. It has abnormal option activity. So you could click on it, and then in your broker's platform where you would trade options, I guess you can take a look to see what's happening. Oh, okay. Well, so you can't use okay, then you cannot use trade ideas for option trading then if we don't scan for options. I just tried to explain I just tried to explain that, this is you can find stocks that are having abnormal option activity, but if you don't feel that helps you trade options, then okay, you can't use trade ideas. Yeah, I probably said it thousands of times. The hardest thing to do, and I know it looks, in retrospect, you always look at the chart, go, oh man, why didn't I do this? The hardest thing to do, in my opinion, and I rarely do it, shorting tops and finding bounces. I mean, you look at something and you think, oh my gosh, that's so extended. It's got to fall. Take it. It's very hard because look at Bill as an example. There were many areas where I thought, well, this has got to stall, right? Earnings play looked really bad. I mean, it was way down here. So I thought, okay, certainly 100 should stall it. Nope. And then I thought, okay, there's a little high over here, 106. Well, that should stall it. Nope. Now this over here, 109.70. I mean, it looks like that might have stalled it, but maybe not. Very hard to predict. Mm. And look at VIPs. We've had a lot of comebacks today, guys. Even Fetch is coming off the bottom. FTCH coming off the bottom. There was an all-time low down here, but even Fetch is saying, "Ah, the heck with being down. We're going to go higher." I mean, it's amazing in a market that is sort of a bit doom and gloom. If the market were, ripping higher week after week after week, like it had been, you could sort of maybe predict some of these bounces, but you wouldn't have thought so with the market the way it's been over the last several weeks. How about keys, William? I mean, I didn't look, I know you analyzed it a lot more thoroughly. How about keys with, this is still down. Okay, guys, now ALVR now is at 3. So maybe this is, it stalled at 3 earlier. I just look at this daily chart and I just see all sorts of resistance, between the current price at, well, 298 and, 3 to 321. Where did you post it? Where did you post that, Tank? I don't see it. I don't see it. Maybe Real did. I don't see it. Oh, I already did that. Unless it's somewhere else. Unless that person posted in another area. Must be up above then. I didn't see it. I did see it in the other one in the general market talk. It must be gone. I don't see it anymore. So I'm just missing it. Yeah, I think it's gone. Okay. I'm looking at 10:02. The next one is at 10:05. So I don't know if that's the one I deleted. Maybe Real did it. I don't know. So I think it's gone. I don't see it anyway. 10:02, 10:05. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, maybe now Rost. And again, if you're into the cheap ones, I mean, Genius is making a little bit of a move over a dollar. I don't want to abandon. I know a lot of you want to play these cheap ones. So Genius is just over a dollar now. GNS. Okay, guys, MPW. Now let's take a look at MPW. Lifetime low. Lifetime low for MPW. Okay, this is extremely interesting for me. Lifetime low for MPW. Okay, underneath that whole number, Medical Properties Trust, not an earnings play, had earnings on the 8th, August 8th. I'm short this one, guys. I'll put a whole number stop on it, approximately a whole number, no more than a whole number stop. So I'm short MPW. First trade of the day. And this is where I saw it in my 10-day daily breakdown, the only one so far at 686. That's basically where I'm shorting it. So not this is not I'm not telling you guys to do the same thing, of course, but if it meets your trading plan and style, I've got a tight stop on it. So I don't, probably if it gets into the 90s, I'm out. I'm in at 686. If it gets into the 90s, I'm out. This has got to work pretty quickly. I recognize the fact that it is extended, but it's in my 10-day daily breakdown. I have a fair amount of faith in this and the fact that it's an all-time low. But all those things doesn't matter. It could pop right up at me and I'll get out of the trade. That's all. So was this the same thing as what happened to CVS yesterday, kind of? When he was mentioning California regulator puts the deal between medical oh, I see. Okay. So this it's not the same as what happened to CVS yesterday. Speaking of CVS, who said that what happened in California yesterday will not really impact our bottom line that much. That's what they say anyway. I mean, this could end up just being a little scalp for me. I don't know. Yeah, look at Bill. I mean, Bill is now again challenging the high of the day, $110 again. 109.68 is the high of the day. It's almost right there. Okay, out. You win. You win, real. You win, William. Well, that was a good sell. But you got to always be watching. Always be watching. Good fill by me to get out, I should say. Well, that was a Minute it started inching, the minute it got just underneath 690, I said, uh-oh. Well, that was a big pop. What's the float in this? It's pretty amazing. 588 million in the float. That is a big, big jump. Oh, it was very, very minor. Stupid 10-day daily breakdown. Why do I follow you? Yeah, I would just, realize just, I just love my 10-day daily breakdown, and it was an all-time low, and on and on and on. I traded that enough in almost didn't matter what the chart pattern was, that I've been pretty successful. Obviously this one wasn't, but no big deal because I certainly got off. I got off well before my stop. Well, Bill, Wild Bill, 110.53 is the next high. If it takes out 110.53, guess what? 115, 116 is the next high. Well, guys, I mentioned Genius is something that some of you like to trade over a dollar. Now it's a dollar 25. So I mean, there's still some hope, I guess, in some of these really cheap ones. I mean, that was a nice percentage move of normal option activity. The alert happened at $1, and there it is at 125, or was it 125 as a high? I mean, it's a great 25% move. Okay, guys, Keys is now, I think, at that VWAP again. I think 132.24. What? It's just underneath, guys. It's just underneath the VWAP. So maybe this is going to be a sign that it'll fall a bit or not. No, boy, that's tough. It's just right back up over the VWAP. I mean, I know the VWAP is an area, but boy, these are definitely tough to predict. All right, why not turn our attention to EL? I mean, it looks like it's trying to. I mean, there's the high right there, 158.33, not far away. Highs in the pre-market, we're way up here at 163. Is this going to really start to bounce off? I mean, it's bounced a lot already, 149, 158, almost a $10 bounce from the lows in the pre-market. I'm sure this would very difficult to predict. based on what the market was doing, the overall market was doing. Okay, William, I'll take that under advisement. I still have a price alert that did not trigger for keys. Sorry, guys. Again, internal stuff happening, just kind of following it. Well, here's another one, guys. Now, Rost looks weak now. Rost, ROST, looks a little bit weak. It looks like it's sitting on the VWAP also. 119.19. Yeah, look at that. So it's just underneath the VWAP right now for Rost, ROST. Okay, guys, things are settling down a little bit here. All right, I might have to start to take a look at going long some of these things that are bouncing. ITCI. Okay, there's the keys now. The keys. Okay, give me a moment. Give me one moment. Okay, guys. Well, let's see if the keys performs. A minute in the short. There was the VWAP underneath it, so I got it just over 132. So if it gets back to the VWAP, I'm out. It's that simple. Well, time will tell. I don't know if it's. I mean, it's just got to hold the VWAP underneath. You get spread. I got to get that spread a little tighter. Now, people ask me about the spread all the time, but for $131 stock, I mean, do I love the fact that it's a 28-cent spread? No, but it is a $131 stock, so not the end of the world for me, anyway. Come on, catch up. 131.44, 131.74 bid ask. Top. Remember top, guys? Remember top. Now, if you don't remember top, yeah, your eyes are not deceiving you. Back in May, this hit $256. Okay, so not saying that's going to happen again, of course, but top is in play right now for whatever reason. Low float China stock. Yeah, this was actually a pretty good one, guys. It's WHLR. This was a reversal play, daily reversal play. Just looking at it now. Did it get halted? Yeah, it actually got halted too. Excuse me. So this is on my daily reversal. Okay, right there. You see it at 474, and now it's halted 474. Before it got halted, as it moved up to 526, still had some room. I didn't take this one. These keys, I don't know. Needed a big flush underneath 131. That would have probably got me out some, but was it a reverse split today? WHLR. Okay. So we're in that little madness again of the reverse splits. And interesting that it's a reverse split today and it's doing okay with no news. Okay. Well, that got me out. Okay. I'm out of the keys, guys. I may look at one more time later, but Like I'm looking at it now again. Okay, I'm in it again, guys. One more kick at it. The whole number. I think I said, for me, if it got close to the whole number, I was going to get out. I mean, my ultimate stop was going to be the VWAP, but I always, all right, good, good, good. Okay, finally. No, just take out 131. I think if it takes out 131 in a big way, we might have another little rundown for keys. Yeah, it's still a little bit crazy, but this is not my typical trade. I mean, in terms, I'm not talking about the price, but trying to play something that is still pretty strong. Yeah, look at Billy, Billy Bob Thornton. Look at that bill. Still strong from the low of the day. Now, the big difference between Bill and Key is uh, is that Bill is now positive, really, really positive for the day. Keys is still negative for the day. So WHLR, okay, just resumed. So another boy, we're in again reverse split madness again. We now looking left six, between 6 and 650. Yeah, I'm not loving the way this keys is trading. I thought when it got close to 131, it should have taken that out. So gonna give it a little more time. I'm still mildly positive. Top guys, if you there's another crazy one, guys. Top, top, top. This could go nuts. Tops could go nuts. I mean, it's almost irrelevant looking at the next highs looking left because this could have a life of its own. But again, highly risky with that float. 3 million in the float. Well, guys, AI, which was beaten up in the morning, AI, the stock is now over 30 and making a bit of a run here. Okay, guys. I mean, I know it's 10:44. I usually go over my homepage and all, but I just wanted to keep a close eye on this keys. I don't want to see it jump up too much. Well, he is coming into the VWAP, isn't it? HE, if we want to believe on that VWAP. All right, guys. I will keep an eye on my keys trade, but while I'm doing that, I'll go over my homepage, what you can find. Ah, I don't know, guys. Might have to just bail on this. I'm still mildly positive. Basically, it'll cover my first loss on it. All right, let's take a look at my homepage. Okay, I'm out of it. I'm going to forget about keys. Out of it. Okay, on my homepage, this is what you will find. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only. Or if you want to take out an annual, I can give you a better promo. Okay, I can get you 25%. Just have to let me know. If you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll 10 short videos, excuse me, starting off with a download and install, your first startup and login, important intro to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. Trading 101. If you are new to trading, this is a free course. A lot of videos. You don't have to look at every single video, but I think it's an excellent way you can start. A lot of people are new. So trading 101, and it is free. Stock of the day video. I do one a day, and this is free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it, and it is free also, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Education section is here. We have a great user guide. There's a getting started again. More in depth about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, about stock racing, and also, use the price alerts, guys. You see me using price alerts all the time. Use the price alerts. There's the getting started again. So, daily support session. So, I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, Monday to Friday, of course. One of the other traders takes over for me. Today is Friday. It should be Andy in our YouTube room. I'll confirm that before I take my break. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy. Again, I will confirm that. And then here are my scans. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be up at the top here. Just scroll down. And when you see the scan section, click here. So here are the scans that I am sharing. Now, there are some scans that, are on my other monitor that you can't see, but you can see some of the ones that I'm sharing on the main monitor. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market acts as up and down, kind of sets the tone for me for the day, checking to see what stocks might be still active once the market opens. Here's the Halts resumes, which has been very active over the last few weeks. Couple of races, if you want to take a look at racing, a couple of races are here. The dock momentum up or down is here. Single stock window is customizable. This is what I like to see. All these are in here are filters. This is what I like to see. But if you want to see more financial information, quarterly earnings, growth, etc., like that, you can create your own single stock window with the metrics that you like. This is just what I like. Oops. Oh, the MPW. Okay, I might take a look at it again. Just give me a moment here, guys. Okay, well, I'm watching it. Let's see what it's just made another new low after the pop up to 8. Where was I? Abnormal option activity. So this is the let me get rid of this. This is the abnormal option activity right here. This is the scan for it. I also have another one that on my other monitor, the don't repeat version. So what this does is you can see the first time an alert happened and what did it do from there. That's what don't repeat is all about. Now you have options on the don't repeat. You can don't repeat. Well, let's take a look. I'll go to properties and don't repeat. So I wonder why this is like this. Maybe I accidentally unchecked it. Anyway, this is a drop-down menu. So the reason people use this, I mean, if you have a scan that you want to see new highs of the day with other filters in place, and a stock keeps making a new high after a new high after a new high after a new high, it may drive you nuts. So you have your choice and say, well, only show me the new high of that stock once a minute, 5 minutes, 15, etc. In this one, I use for a day. Okay. I'm not sure what happens here. What happened there? Anyway, the reason I do that is I can kind of go back in time. Now this is screwed up, okay, because I made the change. This is kind of screwed up, but I can go back in time and say, okay, what happened from the alert? Okay. So as always, guys, the room is maybe under a little duress, I'll call it. Okay. We'd like to get, so if you feel so inclined to get the trading room tab a little more front and center, like it used to be. Maybe, you can go to support at trade-ideas.com. I'll just put the oops. It helps to spell it correctly. So if you feel so inclined, you can just send a note in and say, hey, you know, it was hard to find the trading room because you've removed the obvious place where it was before, right at the top of the page. Be great if you could put it back so it's more visible. And the more people that email something like that, the company will hopefully do the right thing. All to do with this new website. I'm sure it's just an oversight, okay? But it's all those new website that if you've gone to our website, you see it's brand new. Now, the other thing, if you do want to take out a subscription, again, please use my promo. Say you can save my homepage link, and at some point in the future, you do want to take out a subscription. Please use my promo. We're try to keep this room free. The room will get credit then, okay? And the company then says, okay, the room is it's doing its job, shall we say? If you save my homepage link, you can also, of course, look at my scans anytime you want and the education section. Give me a moment as I size something. Okay. Now look at keys. You miserable. Um, all the call outs in the room, such as the sudden options action, the news and low floats and stocks that are suddenly back from the dead. You get those in the membership. Um, yes. I mean, this room is I do this Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. I will stay later, Taurus, if you ask me questions after 3 p.m. But yeah, I mean, all the scans, I'm sharing all my scans. That's funny. You're a funny man, Taurus. All right, guys. So that is kind of it. Just quick. This this EQNR is this really? This just does not trade. This is something that I took as a short. I think last week in the simulator, just demonstrating the how you can take a trade it using our simulator. And I've kept it, and it really hasn't moved. I got in on the short at 32.04. It has just been hovering around that 30 mark. And I did it this way just to show you that if you use a simulator, you want to practice swing trading, you can do so. Just don't exit the trade at the end of the day. Okay, guys. So what is Trade Ideas just in general? Okay, we're a scanner. There are a lot of screeners out there, and I'll explain the difference. But we are when we scan also. I'm sorry, we screen also, but we are a real time machine in terms of scanning. So what do I mean by all that? So if I right click on this momentum up scan and click on configure and click on the summary, this is the screening aspect. So what this scan is looking for, if the price is between $1 and $50, current volume is six, meaning it's trading at least six times normal up to this time of day, 300,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Okay. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. So the last one we had was at not 1041. It's 10:57 right now, Eastern time. The last time a stock met all the filter requirements and made a new high for the day was at 1041. And that was a real-time alert. So when WHLR hit $6, that was its high. That was a high at that point at 1041 Eastern time. So that's how this works. Now, so I'm sharing this one. And as always, if you took this scan, this is what I like to see, but you might like to see something a little bit different. For instance, you might want a different price range. You can always change the price range. Maybe you want a different minimum volume or just a different volume. Okay, you can always change these filters. And if you get used to using trade ideas, you can start looking at the different filters that we have. And, maybe you could add one. Maybe you see one that looks really interesting to you, and maybe you add a filter or take one out. Maybe you don't care for one of these. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. This time, instead of clicking on summary, I'll click on search. Now, I always have to caution people. These are all of the real-time alerts that we have, starting off with the new high and the new low of the day. We have a lot of real-time alerts. You don't have to know them all. You don't even have to look at them all. You might want to scroll down just to see what they are, and you might see something that catches your eye. And these are our filters that we have. Again, you don't have to learn them all. Common question we get is, well, how am I going to learn all this? This is way too difficult. Well, the easy answer is you don't have to. You don't. Probably the majority will only use a few of the filters and alerts, but we have to have enough of them because with the thousands of customers we've got, all sorts of different trading styles. We feel we've got enough of those alerts and filters that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them to the type of scan they're looking for. And again, this is all to do with the fact that the company felt that when they started, that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So to sum up, another thing, you can use trade ideas in any country. Where we get the question a lot. Well, yes, you can use trade. It doesn't matter what country you live in. You can use trade ideas. You'll need a broker, of course. So, assuming your broker will allow you to trade U.S. stocks, and of course, I'm talking about maybe European or Asian countries or other countries other than the U.S. and Canada. So again, we're a scanner, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use us. Well, Bill, have you finally found a top? That 110 looks pretty imposing right now. I got up to 110.79, some topping tails. So, no prediction here, but this might be it for a while anyway. Boy, the keys has been just a mess. Now, a lot of that is for me not used to, trading these high price stocks. So when I see like a 50-cent move, I go, whoa, because I'm always thinking, wow, 50-cent move. But it is a $131 stock, so it's really nothing. Okay, guys, maybe this is it for Bill. I mean, now 109, it for a while anyway. Really tough though, trying to play these tops, trying to play bottoms, very, very hard. You know what I forgot about was the L. I mentioned L as one that was bouncing well also. I mentioned right around here, 157. So there's a $3 bounce now for L. And this could go positive. I mean, it's only down at 35 now. Yeah, I do see the Rost also. Now, I think there was a little, was it at 60? 120, 60? Was there a little high there? No, maybe not. Maybe the next high is 121.86. So that's got about $1.50 to that next high. Guys, for a real potentially wild one, keep an eye on the top. All traders are looking at now around the world is the day it hit 257. Okay. That's all they're looking at right now. Nobody's saying it's going to get back up to 257, but this is like the what if scenario. What if it got to seven? Okay. But you know what I'm saying? That's what traders are looking at. Could it do something like that? Again, I don't mean it. I don't, there's no way I think it'll ever do this again, but I mean, could it go from 6 to 8? Sure. And it's a low float. You know what? It's really not traded that much. 358,000, that's only 50% of normal. So, the volume is really not caught up, but it is up 10%. So just keep an eye on it. Maybe what you do is just put a price alert, maybe at the high of the day, and see if it takes it out. High of the day right now is say about 611. So just put a price alert. Now that is the next high on the daily chart looking left. So I'm going to put a price alert at 614. Done. Look at this KVUE again moving down in the option scanner. Seems like every single day it has been moving down in the option scanner. Okay, guys, MPW on the way down. Okay, there's the top. Oh my goodness. Okay, keep an eye on top. I mean, the spread is not great. Well, it's better, but it's 617, 620 is at the high of the day. Again, this is risky. So if you're going to take this trade, I'm definitely very interested in taking this trade. Okay. Don't want to tell anybody to do the same thing. Come on. I'm going to do some shameless cheering here for top guys. Right. MPW. Things have turned around for me a little bit here, especially if top can get into maybe the 630s. Guys, I have to keep a real close eye on this top. So give me a moment. What time is it? 11:09. All right. Well, I've taken some off the top. I really hope off the top. Uh, I was hoping it would get into the 630s in a big way. Did it got up to what 635? Not bad, but unfortunately, I wasn't quick enough to take some out there. All right, HE is well, I mean it held the VWAP, appeared to hold the VWAP. MPW guys is giving me a little bit here. At the initial, remember I shorted it earlier, took a little loss, but it if you notice the price alert came right up on my screen. Um, I'm sorry, real. You mentioned the 2 minute cross on Bill 108. Top, I mean, top could be an amazing have an amazing move. I'm not really looking at the resistance areas, which I normally do, just because the craziness that happened several months ago. Okay, guys, I am trying to figure out what I want to do with the balance of my top. Meanwhile, KVUE is well, it's a spin-off, right, from Johnson and Johnson. So this is basically an all-time low. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers today. It's been shortable most of the time, but it is not shortable today for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, we got the top and we got the top. Okay, there's top guys, Tupperware. Now, to me, that's coming into some 236. Sorry, 286 is the 200-day moving average. I mean, that probably could stall it. TUP, it's having a pop. It has some volume coming in. I just feel I'm a little late now on this bill. 106.12 though, boy, if it took out 106.12, I may have to take that short. 106.12. I'd be late, but and why 106.12? Because there's the next low on the 15 minute, and then after that, I mean, you've got a ton of room underneath. Meanwhile, look at the market. Yeah, look at this market, guys. Opening 15-minute candle was pretty strong. Then we had 45 minutes of kind of down. And now look at this. This is now 45 minutes plus, well, that candle just started. So 45 minutes straight up, shaking off everything so far. Okay, I'm out of the top. Disappointed. I have to admit, I'm disappointed. I thought maybe we'd have a, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 cent run for a bit, but okay, in a little. AI, Alberto. Let's see, AI. A. You're talking about the stock AI, right? Not our Ali AI. Yeah, I have no idea about Shady or really anybody else who's who's usually here. All right, guys. So I'm still in the MPW short. I took some off, got down to 660. It's an all-time low. I have no idea where it's going. I still have some hope later in the day. This could be the classic one, guys. The top later in the day. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a price alert for top right at the high of the day. Okay. Right at the high of the day and see if later on in the afternoon it takes, I mean, I might do it earlier than that, but later on in the afternoon, it takes that out and might get traders interested in it. Okay. That's what I'm going to do with top TOP, sorry, TOP. See, I know there was a reason why I couldn't short KVUE right here, 2250, because it was going to pop on me. Yeah, so no shorts available for me at Interactive Broker. So in this case, it was an okay thing. I was trying to short it right here, but no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, guys, I mean, this HE 1327 is the VWAP, so it's trying to hold. However, we've got three, actually four topping tails on the 15-minute chart. The first one not big, but the middle two are fairly substantial. Remember what that means? It means the price was up to that level. If I expand this just a little bit, the price was up here, and the sellers knocked it down every single time so far. But the VWAP is trying to hold it, 1327. That area is trying to hold. All right, guys. Well, I just had to make sure my sound bar wasn't off, or I hadn't toggled the sound icon. I've just had no new alerts for quite a while now. I mean, the momentum up. The last one was not quite an hour ago, 1041. The last one in the option scanner was at 1112, 10 minutes ago. Come on down to MPW a little bit more. Low of the day was 660, and that's an all-time low for MPW. I know you didn't mean on our YouTube room. I thought it was just me. I have been resenting my connection. I know you meant to say I have been resetting. But you've been probably resenting it also. But yeah, no, sometimes it just is that way. You don't get then out of nowhere. Sometimes you start to get some pops and that meet the filter requirements. Autocorrect, yeah, can mess you up sometimes, can it? Hmm. Oh, guys, okay, keep an eye on top. Keep an eye on top. Keep an eye on top. Yes, real. You're right again. Give me a moment. Okay, good. You know what I'm in. You know what I'm in. Oh man, yes, sir. Now I got to try to manage this thing, guys, because I have no idea where it's going. I'm talking top. I'll get to your question in a second there, Rolf. Rolf. Okay, I've taken some off of the top again. Don't know where it's going. I say, I mean, that's all traders are looking at right now is at 259. Nobody's saying it's going to get back up to 259, but they're saying, wow, I mean, obviously there was a lot of excitement for a while. I don't think there was any reason for it. Even the next day or the next week, it got up to 108. This just happened a little earlier than I thought it would. I thought this sort of a move might happen later on in the day. So what okay, so what alerts you obviously don't have our premium service, right? The only one that really is there's only three alerts. HE on a long, okay, but again, pretty risky, but HE on a long. There was the alert was at 1289, so 1380 1338 right now, and two others that really haven't moved. That's it for the AI today. Come on, top. Give me one more pop into the 60s, maybe. Show it up on the you don't okay, one of the scans that you don't see, but I'm sharing is the daily reversals. Okay. And top happened at 604, $6.04. So it's one of the scans I am sharing. It's called on my homepage, it's called Daily Reversals. So it's looking for stocks that were in this particular case, stocks that were down the day before a certain percentage and now are above yesterday's high. So if on my homepage link, if you go down to the scan section, and it's right here, the daily reversals. You can get the link to my homepage. Yes, you can, or you may. My grade two English teacher, I hear her in my voice. So yeah, so there's my homepage link, and so when you click on it, just scroll down until you see the scan section. All right, guys, 11:30. I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Andy in our YouTube room in about half an hour. Oh, I think a 650 break might get it going. You just got to take out that 650 for the top. Kind of like that. Okay, guys. Now let's see if we can have any lift off 660. So forget everything I said yesterday about not wanting to trade these low price ones. Forget everything I said. I'm very fickle. Comes to the market. It was my doppelganger. That's who you're hearing. Wasn't me. All right. Well, that gets me back into nice positive territory for the day now. Well, I'm not using the trade ideas charts. I'm using but I do have a trade ideas chart. But I don't. It hasn't frozen on me. Oh man, come on. I mean, now the 200-day. Sorry, I don't know what this line is. I mean, it looks like it's the 200-day moving average, but we don't have it here. It may be because it hasn't traded 200 days, but yeah, MPW, no reason for me to, I mean, I've taken some off, but there's no reason for me. It's an all-time low. No reason, got to finish my thought. No reason for me to get out of the trade completely. MPW, it's still inching its way down. It's an all-time low. I mean, very few. Look, I mean, hardly any alerts in these two guys. DRTS, I don't think this one did anything, but look at the MPW. The Blumen, I'm not sure what happened with Blumen. 2789. Yeah, I mean, it moved up to 2810. I wouldn't call that great, but the ADTX, which is a wild one, yeah, I mean, that went up to 26.8, almost 27 from 23.99, but that was a pretty wild one. Mr. Paradox, are you still in the room? All right, more new lows now for MPW. MPW. Oh, you can ask me right here, Rolf, right here. Should mention this every single day, every hour, on the hour. You can ask me questions all day long. Don't worry about the fact that I'm trading. I mean, if I cannot answer the question right off the bat because I'm in a trade that has to be really babysat, well, I'll tell you. But most of the time, you can ask me questions all day long. And if I can answer, I will. In terms of, if I can't get the answer that you're looking for, I can always direct you somewhere else, maybe one of the other traders. If it's an accounting issue, I can direct you to accounting. Okay. But if you have general questions about trade ideas, certainly I should be able to help. Okay. You should be able to, yes. Question: can you use trade ideas with DAS connected to Interactive Brokers account? I know people that do. I don't. I have Interactive Brokers. I don't. I've seen some questions about this in the last little while, but I don't see why you cannot. Pepe, if you're in the room, you probably know the definitive answer to that. That was a question from our YouTube room. There must be some. There are probably people in the main room. Do you guys have DAS and IB with any problem, and then connecting to trade ideas with the at the very least with the external linking? Any issues? Look at the volume and top, guys. This is the well. I mean, so far, I mean, this is the good thing so far. It's not the overall volume, but it's this. Look at the volume bars and the 15. So there's still some enthusiasm. I mean, definitely been some profit taking me, but look at the volume. It's just increasing, increasing, increasing. This volume bar still has 7 minutes to close. Okay, thank you, William. All right, guys. Yeah, so I had a confirmation. It will be Andy in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. So I'll be taking my break, I say, in about 20 minutes at noon Eastern. Well, Anthony, just type that in. I just typed that in, ask the question that you asked, and one of our traders is saying, I'm 95% sure you can. So I can't tell you 100% because I don't use it, but I don't see why not. Pretty interesting, guys. I mean, I haven't had a it's been an hour, 1 hour since a new alert happened here in this momentum up scan. That's unusual, very, very unusual. Last alert was at 10:41. Okay, so the market was up 45 minutes, and now we're starting to 30 minutes. So we're in a bit of a choppy day again, and come on top. Still have a little bit of you left. I have not taken HE, guys. Hey, I mean, it's been a good one from the AI. You just had to be able to manage. I don't know where you're going to put your stop. I know there's a stop, 11.88, a dollar away from their entry, but that is one though. If you took that from the AI, you could not wander away from your computer. Um, Good one, good one. MPW. So this is the 45 you're talking about. I can do that. I got my protractor out. Yeah, that's about a 40, probably even more than a 45, but that's okay. 45-degree angle. Talking about what the on the 15-minute chart anyway on MPW. I actually have an old one, PJ. My dad gave it to me a long time ago. Just a collector's item. Nah, I'm looking at keys, but I'm just going to back off it. Two times I was in this short. I'm going to back off it. I mean, maybe later in the day, if it really wants to give it up, it would really have to take out 131 though. Maybe get down to 130.50 or something like that. Maybe. And look at the bill. I mean, yes, the bill had the little pullback, but it did not. Nowhere was it a real collapse. I mean, it did pull back a little bit from 110 to 107 on a percentage basis. It's not bad, but it didn't have that big, giant move down. Well, the Dow is mildly positive. NAS is still negative, and the SPY is still down for the day a little bit. Ooh, top just got into the 70s. Again, I'm not 100% sure all these little highs looking left are going to be that significant. Not on a 1 day basis. Now, if we get a cluster, sure. Maybe around that 725 mark, maybe. But the float, China, come on. Oh, guys, this is looking 7 could be imminent here. Could be for top. Okay, and just so people know what Ori is posting there, that is not how much he made. He might have 115,747, but that's all to do with options. Okay. So Anthony, this is I'm just going to post what Chris said. He's got some experience with this. I think this is Chris Marley at Trade Ideas. Hopefully, this posts everything in YouTube. Sometimes it cuts it off. Okay, so just look underneath. I just posted some information regarding DAS, IB, and linking. Okay, let's induce it to seven. Seven. Let's go with 707. There we go. See how that works, guys? All you have to do is put a price alert. This is how Trade Ideas works. You just put a price alert above the current price and it'll hit it. And in case people think I'm being serious, I'm not being serious. Okay. That's the secret to trading. Yeah. Use Trade Ideas, put price alerts above the current price, wherever you want it to go, and it'll go there. But of course, I'm just kidding. In case anybody's new, wondering, man, is that a pump? I'm just kidding. Just to have a little fun. Oh man, this is turning. I mean, 725. I said might stall it, but who knows now? And this wasn't that difficult a trade. In other words, you're not seeing like giant red candles. Okay, only a little red candle there. When I say difficult, I mean it didn't whip up and down in a huge way. I personally am going to charge $1,000 a month per person who wants it, but you can make that up in one trade. All right, guys. Again, I'll be taking my break in about 10 minutes, just waiting for Andy to show up in about 10 minutes. And I'll be off for about an hour. Little workout routine. If I'm still in top, I'll be having a giant chart that I can check on right in front of my workout routine. Nice that I mean, all we were really doing is just following top to see if we could have any sort of follow through. The only thing that has surprised me is that it's happening now. A lot of times, what we see on these crazy ones, low floats, is that they have the pop and then they sort of rest for several hours. And then I would say 2 o'clock, sometimes around 2 o'clock, 2:30, all of a sudden the enthusiasm comes back. and some of these, ones that were really active in the morning really take off. This has just surprised me that it's doing it now. And thank you, MPW, making another new low for me. How's Bitcoin doing now? BITO. I'm just going to look at the ETF. I mean, I see that it's down around $1,800. So it's still, yeah, it's still weak, weak, weak. Okay, I hope it works, Leanne. Uh, Now, the trick is not to put it so crazy low. Okay. Maybe a nickel, and then you can keep doing it in nickel increments. It worked. Okay. Nothing wrong with having a little bit of fun while trading. I don't care what you do, Keys. I'm not taking you again. Or am I? Man, you see why I love this. Now, granted, I was a little early the first time, but I love my 10-day daily breakdowns, especially if a stock isn't making an all-time low. It was my favorite, my probably my favorite alert. But look, only two alerts today. First one was nothing, DRTS. But boy, oh boy, this one. And of course, this one on the daily reversal. So, wow. Every time, every time you see this one at the top here, that means it's making a new low in the option scanner, making a new low. So in brown, just for those of you who are new, brown is a suggestion to short, and the light blue is a suggestion to go long. That's the color coding that I've got. Give me a moment, please. Give me a moment, please. Oh, I'm sure the end is near. I'm sure the end is near for top. But there was a case, of course, that it was way, way over that over the LRC. I'm sure for you too, right? I'm talking a real. I'm sure it must be way over, way over. But sometimes it just doesn't matter. Now this is not. Oh, I cannot believe this. There are actually shorts available for me. I think I'm going to short it right now, but I did not think that. It was shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but quite a few shares, 138,000. Not that I'm anyway, top is just it's making making my week now, not just my day. Yeah, so it's a special bankruptcy, right, Denver? I've never heard of a Chapter 15, but look at top. Sorry, guys. I mean, this is exciting. I mean, yes, will it top out? Of course it will at some point, but okay, guys, I have not much of this left. I'm taking my break in about 3 minutes, and might say, well, why would I take a break? Why wouldn't it? Because it's it's the it's a deal I've made with my body. Okay, I need a break, and I don't care what's happening. So I'm watching this. I don't want to have very much left, even though I'll have a giant screen. But something like this could just collapse. There are a lot of shorts actually again at Interactive Brokers, 137,000 at Interactive Brokers. I'm surprised. Probably turn into be like an awesome short at some point. I don't recall shorts being available here on that week. Okay, guys, it's 11:57. So what I'm going to do now is just put my announcement in. I'll be on a break. Oh, I'm glad it worked out for you, Div. On a break, back around 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So I'm going to put myself on mute now in the main room, okay? I'm just going to wait for Andy to show up. It's 11:58, so he should be here momentarily. Keep talking to you guys in YouTube, of course. Mr. Andy.
Barry,
I never want to say your last name because I think I'll butcher it. Lindlof. Lindlof? How's
perfect.
that?
Said it perfectly.
Perfect?
Yep.
Perfecto?
Yep.
Okay. Oh my goodness. So tell me that you are in top. Tell me you're in top.
You know what? I saw top way too late. I wish I was in top, but I'm not in top.
Okay.
I don't want to buy the top.
At least you're an honest man. You could have
Yeah.
said, like a lot of the internet
Mhm.
gurus out there, I got top,
Oh yeah.
in the pre-market, and I took
Yeah, exactly.
10,000 shares of it. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I am in top, so but the room heard me all about it, so I'm okay to say that I'm in top. All right, my
Well,
friend.
nice. Let me share my screen and
Yeah,
yeah, you can
do
mosey
whatever I'm
on
going to
and
do.
take you a nice little hour break.
I will. I will. I'm actually kind of exhausted with what's going on. So thank you, my friend. I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, Barry. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, traders. Crazy market, huh? Ooh, got to be careful in this kind of market. Anyway, this is the support webinar. If anybody's in here for the first time, if you have any questions regarding the software, maybe our new, of course, I still need to get up to speed on that new web interface. It's pretty sweet, but yeah, if you have any questions, yeah, we can definitely try to tackle them. Other than that, we're going to talk stocks. We're going to talk charts, markets, anything you guys want to talk about. So, resilient market today. Anyway, it's been under pressure for a while now. Granted, we just barely got positive on the spies, so we basically filled the gap. Let's see what happens. See if there's any follow through. Yeah, it's still a nasty, ugly downtrend. This maybe just got overextended. You can see here we've for the last couple of weeks we were way oversold, so this doesn't surprise me. I'm just upset. I got a couple of ARC stocks, but actually I came in with you. I bought that U yesterday on the two. I'll show you there in a minute. 200 moving average, but that ARC gap down today, right at that 200. Did boom, just did not look back. But I was managing positions and had a couple of China stocks I had to get out of. But I'm disappointed. I was hoping Roku would come down here and tag that 50 because I really wanted it there. But I was able to grab Upstart at 3102. Hopefully this will have a little juice to it, maybe get up to this 20. And I'm basically looking for, scalping on some of these. I'm not sure I want to take anything home over the weekend because it has been ugly. Sorry, just reading a chat. All right. You guys have any questions about the software? Anything you want to look at as far as charts go? But not if not, we'll just kind of look around for some opportunity. Pull up my little relative strength from open. See if we can find some opportunity there. That's interesting right there, actually, because it gets through highs. That's a key little psychological $3 level and a pivot level. Don't know if there's news. Yeah, it was gap up this morning, so I probably want some news. Put alert up here in case it wants to get up there near highs. You guys are quiet today. Hope didn't get beat up in the market. Put that up start right at yesterday's highs. See if it gets up there. Should. Retail's leading the way. Probably, Ross Stores had probably a lot to do with that. TJX the other day had some strong earnings. So, yeah, Tesla. I had an alert. I wanted to pick it up at Tesla, and it barely missed. Look at that. Because it has some nice support in that Tesla. And this is the kind of stuff I look for, if I'm going to nibble in a trade, and I just had it a little bit too low. Oh well, I'm not going to chase it. I mean, even though it's not a chase, it's popping above. It's a lot of people wouldn't even buy it till it got above that 15 period. But nice, VB. Oh, you got beat up. You shorted a bill and got beat up bad there, Leanne. Oh wow, yeah. That's a tough one because I know it gapped down. I don't know if you faded it or something like that, but that was some big volume coming in on the buy. That's tough. Well, if you're still holding it, yeah, I mean, you got a little bit resistance right here that it's running into. Okay, if it does get through back to highs, it's probably going to go to that. Good chance it's going to go to that 20 period moving average. Uh, but that bar is curious right there. A lot of times that can signify a top, but let's see. I don't know. No, 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 no. I'm not. My holds have been much shorter lately. But it depends. Like I picked up this uh U at 33.74 yesterday. You can see where I got it right off the 200 day. So I bought it on the 200 day yesterday, and honestly, you can see my stops in there now on this trade. But I don't punch out of things just because they're gapping way down. I look for uh, to see how they're going to trade in the open. And boy, and this they bought this, and I noticed they're buying up ARC stocks. So I let it trade for a little minute, put the my stop. Uh, Now, yesterday I actually scalped half of it. That's what I'll do a lot of times. I got a nice little bounce. Uh, let's see. Yeah, I mean, yesterday I bought it right here, and I think I scalped half of it. And I'll do that a lot of times if the market is under pressure, like it was yesterday. That's what I tell everybody. You cannot make any trade in a vacuum. And if it's under pressure, like it was yesterday, even though I may not have very many gains, I will sell half. Even it maybe only be $100, $200. I don't care. I'm watching the market. It's under pressure. Why do I want the whole thing to turn negative on me? And then I would have had a full position, and I would have had to stomach that this morning, and I may have punched out maybe in pre-market, but since I sold half for a little bit of profit, I was really never hurting at all this morning. So, and now I'm in a position where if I get a bar reversal, you can see it hasn't done one in a long time. Not saying it's going to do one today, but maybe on Monday I get a bar. I can add back in my half. So, getting back to what I call sway trading, you're kind of just swaying with the market, and same kind of thing with Apple. Although yesterday I basically flatted half. That thing was didn't have much of a bounce at all yesterday, so I flatted half before the close. I didn't want to be in that much, but uh, Lee, you guys know I've been in this one for a long time now. Uh, Even though I'm a little under pressure with my current position. You got to remember I've been holding this ever since back over here around $25. So even though it looks like I'm underwater now, you can see I've banged out a lot of profits on this trade. And honestly, I may even buy. I bought some more this morning at 33.75 or something like that. And if it goes back through this price alert, I'll probably add some more. It's been a stock that every time it gaps down, if I buy it and I do very well on it. So I know China's under pressure, but they had great earnings the other day. I really think they're doing well, especially in the Chinese market. They're just killing it. Profitable now. I mean, I think they're honestly, but it's much better value than Tesla, in my opinion. But it is a China stock, so you got to be careful. Now, I am going to go over here and get ready to sell half of this upstart because this is also a stock under pressure. Hoping I will get close to you two highs. I'm going to try to hold out to highs on that thing. It's another beaten up one that you can maybe keep an eye on. Another, I believe it's an ARC stock, because now you've seen ARC go, positive quick this morning. Now, ugly chart. This is all I'm doing when I buy these things is just looking for a scalp. And what I'll do is I have this thing called Armageddon this trade, and its stock's got to be down about over 30% in the last 20 days. You can see that. So these are just beaten up stock, and then when you see some other ones running, maybe you can find some. And this is where I found Upstart today. So I'll go through this and see. And if I'm wrong, I get out really quick. It's an interesting one right there. Redfin bouncing off its 200 day. There's a real good chance if the market continues, these things are going to get a nice bounce. Dang it, Tesla. Nice job on Tesla, BB. I should have at least bought a little bit down there. I was just waiting for thought I'd get my price. So EMPH, I know that one's been getting killed. Yeah, it's been kind of bleeding though. It hasn't really dropped. The bond's still moving higher. Yeah, they're trying to bleed back down through there. Come on, Upstart. Upstart. Well, that one's trying to break out of a range there. Not really a market. I want to Fubo. There's one been beaten up since earnings or pop. Really don't like chasing in this market. Yep, market's getting a little bit tired here. No, no, I don't trust the market either, BB. I don't trust the market either. I mean, we're just in a, as a matter of fact. And it's what you do. I mean, you cannot trade this thing just like you do. I just peeled off half of that upstart. You got to adapt. You got to adapt. Now, one might say this is a bottom, and that's okay if you want to, if you want to play like that Tesla you just bought, BB. Maybe that could be a generational bottom there, but uh, you got to at least, it's in my book, you got to take half off quick. And then if it is a bottom, trust me, that half is going to perform very well over the coming weeks ahead. But if it's not, and I don't think it is, at least I banged out half. Now I got more wiggle room for the second half. I can get out for a flat on that second half, or I can give it a little bit of wiggle room should I choose, like I did that U. But this is not a market you go for the juggler in my opinion. Well, I put a little hedge on the stupid oil. I'm gonna have to take off that pretty quick if this thing gets above. I like the way this is kind of below its two moving averages here. But if it does get through, I'm gonna have to may take that off pretty quick because oil has been strong. We'll see. I noticed earlier that I was wondering if crypto was going to bounce with the market, and it really hasn't. It really hasn't at all. Yeah, Tesla could. I mean, looking at Tesla, of course, a lot depends on the market and if it keeps bleeding off like it is. I mean, you do have a nice level of support. Let's make this big so everybody can see it. So yeah, this is a huge pivot level. Okay, let me get up my Epic pen. So it's going to be tough to get through, in my opinion. And this is what it's kind of what I was looking at and was hoping I'd get and I still may. Where'd my Epic pen go? There it is. All right, so look at this right there, right there. I mean, some consolidation right there and right there, right there, right there. Call that one too, and it got through. Look at the move it had, once it got through that critical pivot level. Now you're coming back to it. This should act as support, and so far it is. But once again, keep in mind, the backdrop of the market because more than likely, if the market keeps getting beat up, it's going to. Yes, it is option expiration day, Iris. Yeah, it can get pretty wacky on our option expiration. Uh, so we'll see what happens. I mean, But I really don't try to assume anything. I still play, charts on their own merits and things like that. But I keep in the back of my mind, that, when you're near strike prices, especially if you're scalping, they can get kind of they can get kind of crazy. Let's see. K-Web bounce. I tried. Yeah, that's true, trader. With those daily options, yeah, you don't get the same craziness as you used to back in the day. Same thing, especially quadruple witching used to be just really wacky. Now, you just don't get that same action as you used to. Some of these things aren't bouncing at all. Tesla pulling back to that 10 period moving average. See if it holds here around the 215 level. Yes, yes, Kishore, you do. You got to be real careful, especially the bottom can just fall out of these things so fast. When the market starts to roll over, very very little liquidity at all. just for daily scalping, you know, I know Master Blaster, is definitely a good one to find the momentum. Although this is not a market I really like to chase a whole lot in. And obviously, you're seeing a stock at new highs, and even though the volume's there, Master Blaster is probably my favorite. For intraday scalping. Uh, I you can also look for something like a nice setup, or another one would be sweetness. Let me see. Yeah, but these are going to mostly be set up on the daily. So you would have to find, like something like that, about to take out a 3-day high. Of course, I'd be looking for volume. And if you're looking for scalping, so you really want volume. And a lot of these, even though the setups are going to be nice, uh, the the volume is going to not going to be there in a lot of cases. This one's not bad. It's doing 1.5 relative volume, and you can see there, beautiful setup. But yeah, probably not a lot of alpha in these things. They're mostly for uh, swing trading, in my opinion. Yeah, yeah, I'll give you Master Blaster. We'll pull it up here too. Let me share it first. Yeah, it's a great one, Leanne. And we'll pull it up and take a look to see what's happened on it today. And there you see top. Okay, let's do a search for today and see what uh, stocks came through, and was there any opportunity. Let me put it, just good stuff for today. All right, this is everything from the day. And of course, Ross was a nice scalper, but really you see this a lot. Especially these bigger cap stocks, all the action was in the first 15 minutes of the day. Now it's been pretty sloppy. That's not uncommon for a lot of. There's a good one. Some nice follow through there, and that one BLM blooming. Nah, first moment of the day. CAAP, same thing. Big lift. When did top come through? Top came through late at 689. And the reason that is I have mindset. You don't have to do this, but it has to be sitting hitting like a 10-day high. And see if I can zoom in on this thing. Yeah. So this one, you wouldn't have gotten it till it took out a 10-day high on that top. If you don't want something like that and you're just looking on, there's one called Momo, and I'll share that as well. That you don't, it's great. Uh, just a regular Momo. There you go. Share. Copy off. If you don't care about, I like stocks breaking out of a range. I think my opinion is when you have stocks that are ripping, yeah, you're going to catch some ones like top, but you're going to catch a lot of times so many stocks that aren't going anywhere. In other words, you look over here to the left, they're right in the middle of a 5-day range, even though volume's coming in. So really, uh, it saves. I think it saves me more than not. So here's Momo, great one, and we'll pull that up as well and take a look at it. And yeah, you're going to see top coming through a lot earlier. But you're going to see a lot of more stocks in this. See what time that top came through. Well, let's just do it this way. So 731. So that's strange. This is not mine. Let me see. Should have been earlier than that. Window configurations. Maybe it was volume in the early going. Let's drag this down. Yeah, that's what it would have been. It'd have been volume. Top, well, you just had to be kind of almost watching it. If I took these parameters down, you're going to see probably a lot sooner. Okay, no, you're not. Okay, let's look. There's something else going on in here in these filters. Change from close, 2%, relative volume. Maybe that was it. Let's take that out. There you go. I think this is going to be a lot more. Yeah, so you got it coming through at 596 this morning. So, see, here's the deal. I mean, you can develop a scanner like that will catch top, early, but there was no volume really coming in at the time. You can see here the relative volume was low on this thing. Was not doing huge relative volume. So it's almost as if you have to have a scanner, just a new high scanner. So uh, I didn't have to catch it there. My money, $6 still done very well. So you can develop a scanner, it's going to catch it. The thing about it is you catch every single thing at the height. It's just going to be so complicated with so many symbols that it's going to catch the ones on top. So that's why I'm a faster. In my opinion, things breaking the brain, and I like to do it doing some vote. And you're gonna eliminate a lot of the noise. This thing, and I mean, there you go. And trust me, when you're in a strong bull market, you're going to get a lot more follow through on some of these stocks in the kind of market we're dealing with right now. So just keep that in the back of my mind. But yeah, I don't day trade anymore. I'm more of a swing trader, so I don't really use it that much. Even though I can catch some good swing traders, but I use like this extreme volume high low pro is another good one. So the stuff that I had like to trade is going to be coming through here as well. You had Ross stores coming through, not a lot of your small caps because they have to be near a 20-day high too. But that Master Blaster will include all these plus a lot more stuff for you. Oh yeah, Barry's. Oh, you're welcome, Leanne. Yeah, Barry's really good catching the momentum stuff. He does his homework too. He marks price alerts up, for potential moves, and sometimes you can catch them even before the momentum really comes in because he does his homework. Tesla bouncing off that, trying to bounce off that 10 period moving average. I can actually see this thing closing just like this and a little spinning top, which would set up nicely for Monday for a bar reversal. Nah, shoot, I'd be a lot better off if I just left gold and oil alone, even though it's a hedge. I don't like the way it's setting up here. No, I don't. Yeah, occasionally I will. If I'm looking at something, I will use anchored VWAP. Uh, I mostly use these key moving averages that you see, on my screen. I use that a lot. That sweetness that I showed you earlier, and I will drop that in there. Because what'll happen is symbols will freeze in here at the end of the day. So when I wake up in the morning and do my homework, I'll get these stocks in here that look really good on a potential setup basis. So it's I mean, look at that. That's just, you get some sweet setups in here. Wasn't a whole lot today though, with the market the way it's closed the last 2 days. I saw a few in here. I think Cop was in there. That looks good still. Uh, Cos I think was in there. Procter and Gamble was the one I wanted to buy down here when it broke the 50, but I was managing other stuff. So to answer your question, yeah, now if I see something like a Tesla we've been looking at, let me pull Tesla back up, and I'm eyeballing it where it is, and I think I did this on Tesla as well. Wait, that's not Tesla. Okay, so you have this level right here. Now let's go I did do the anchored VWAP on this one because I wanted to see where it was from this low going back over here, this bottoming candle. So, and I think it may be close to the 200 level. Let's do that. Anchored VWAP. And did that draw right? I don't remember seeing it there last night. Yeah, that would be below it, but I guess it is. Let me see. Yeah, that's it. That's that candle. Oh, that's weird because I thought it was lower than that, so it's below that anchored VWAP. You can see where it came down for a couple of days and tagged it and tried to hold on, but then it broke it and now it's going lower. So I will throw one in there every now and then and see if it marries up until to an area I'm watching, but I won't just go looking for stocks that are coming to their anchored VWAP. I mean, what you got to learn to do is just the most important thing is to find a niche, because I can promise you this: if you start trying to use all these different indicators, uh it's it's going to get really confusing for you. And for me, I like to keep it simple. I like to look for setups. I like to look for uh basically setups. Now I will look for areas like when I'm start uh markets getting hit like I did with this upstart. I'm sorry, 2 days ago, if I see something getting hit and coming down to a key moving average along with some support resistance, I will look for things like that. But for the most part, it's setups, and because I know with the setup, it's easy for me to gauge what my entry price is, and it's easy for me to gauge, what my stop is. So if you build you some scans, whether you're swing trading or day trading, whatever you're doing, try to keep it try to keep it simple, because I promise you, you start studying all these anchored VWAPs, MACDs, and uh, it can mess you up. Now, Upstart's getting up there too. I may have to hold on here. Where is that? Yeah. They've been, you know what, Trader 77, they've been on my UUU is on my list a couple of times this week. See what it did. Yeah, nice little pop there. CCJ is kind of the leader in that industry, and yeah, it's close to a all-time high in it, or a yearly high. That's that lifetime range can be wacky. Oh, can you guys hear me? Tony's saying he lost my sound. I've been having internet hiccups. I don't know what's going on, but let me know if you guys can hear me. Okay, thanks, Leanne. No home yet. No, I'm still in the same home, and yeah, I don't know why it would be. I think it's probably my modem or something. I probably need to contact Spectrum and see what's going on because yeah, I've been having these hiccups around here. I don't think they're doing any work anywhere, but and it's the fastest one you can have. Yeah, there's no reason for me to be having issues. Although knock on wood today so far it's been okay. It just happens about 5 or 6 times a day, and it just goes maybe go down or slow down whatever it's doing for about 30 seconds and it'll come back or maybe a minute. Okay, interesting. Yeah, maybe there's something wrong with their system. Yeah, it was perfect for 3.5 years, and then all of a sudden, lately, last 3 weeks or so, it's been getting some hiccups. I don't know what's going on. Yep, too many Californians moving to Texas. A lot of people moving to this area. I know that. The PGA built their headquarters about, oh gosh, like less than 5 minutes from my house. It's nice too, huge, brought a lot of and now see who is it? Universal. Yeah, Universal's building a theme park. It's even closer, probably 3 minutes from my house. I shared that sweetness, Leanne. And when you say load it, or you mean drop it in the? Oh no, here I can do that. Let me do that. Yeah, let me just grab it from here. Got enough copies of this thing. And another one I'll drop is nice setup. It's very similar to sweetness, but get a few. It's a little bit different look, but pretty. You're gonna see a lot the same. I'll pull it up and see how close they are. Yeah, they're different stocks, uh, but they're a lot of them are gonna look it's almost exactly the same. Just, you can look at the configurations and see the difference. But oil is continuing its strength, and now I'm probably just gonna have to cut that hedge. And I swear I'm gonna. If I quit playing with gold and oil, I'd be a much better trader, and I still do very well. But I just got to dabble in it. It's like one of those kind of things. It's like I'm going to get you this time. I'm going to get you this time, and I don't lose a lot because I get out quick when I'm wrong. Just like this, uh, this SLV. I actually got this SLV at. I got hit in the pre-market at 2078, and by the time I pulled it up in here on this platform and bought it, oh, that one didn't go through. Do I have a hiccup again? There you go. Can you guys hear me? Because my yeah, I don't know. Okay, that's weird. Okay, let me try dropping that link again. This is nice setup. Okay, looks like it's working now. I'm not sure what happened. It I not seeing any hiccups on my end. I that would probably cause it since I'm the moderator in here, but so far so good. Spy wants to go to highs.
All right, Andy, I've been whistling at you, but you can't hear
You
me?
you know what? I'm here. I heard something really faint, like a little chirp, and I'm like, "Is that Barry?"
Sorry. I was actually trying to mimic the wind a little bit, but
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
maybe
heard
it
I
was too
heard
close.
yeah, I
Maybe
guess
it was
so.
windy out where you live.
Maybe so, yeah. I heard something, and I know
All
you
right.
like to come in here kinda freaky. I'm like, "What?"
Freaky. Well, it is Freaky Fridays,
It is, yes,
so
that's true, that's true.
Freaky Fridays. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
So yeah, I had a little problem yesterday also
Oh,
when I
really?
tried to resume in YouTube. You probably didn't see. I was trying to post some stuff and I was getting an error on my end. I had to
Oh.
reload the YouTube chat portion, not StreamYards, but the YouTube chat portion.
Mm.
So I don't know if that was the same thing that was happening with you because
Oh,
I could
okay,
see
I'll
your setup, I could see your link,
oh,
but
okay, 'cause I
for some reason others couldn't.
yeah, and it was, kinda grayed out on my side too and telling me I had an error message, so that's weird. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, we have it resolved, and just because you're such a good guy, I'm going to let you go 5 minutes early.
Ah, thank you, Barry. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. You're very
And
welcome.
you have a great weekend, man. And
I will. You too, Andy.
yeah,
Thanks a lot
and you
for
guys do
taking
the
over.
same. All right, buddy. Take care.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back in the room, and let me get my music going, and I'll just load up in the other room too. Guys, I'm back in both rooms, and so I'm not in top anymore. I still have most of my MPW. There's really no reason for me to get out of it. The top, though, now you see what it's doing for me is maybe, and I know, Edith, I think you're short, and that's fine. It's right at the 200-day moving average, as I noticed. Pretty kind of undetermined right now. You've got some bottoming tails and topping tails and all. So I'm sure you are short, right? But what I'm looking for now is maybe now that late day break. Okay. So I've got a price alert set at 741, maybe a late day break, and I'll just be ready for it. Meanwhile, MPW just keeps moving down inch by penny, penny by penny. Yeah, I'm looking at the keys. There's a classic example of timing is everything, and my timing was off on two attempts to short keys earlier. I mean, it was I get the break at 131. I saw it, but I thought, you know what? I've been already messed around with it twice, but the third time would have been a gold. Niagara Falls. Right, Grumpy? Now, if I could only have important things jammed into my memory as opposed to the silly things, that'd be great. Yeah, so well, I'm glad you had to stop, and I'm glad you got out, Oliver. I mean, obviously that thing can fall like crazy. Okay, so you really have to be careful with the top. I'm just kind of holding out for a late day break, to be honest. Right here, my trade ideas chart right there. There's a price alert I have around I think around 735. It's not that I'll take it at 735, but I do want to know if it's moving, and because if it takes out the high of the day, that could get enough traders interested again. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, but it may not happen. Okay, guys, let's see. I've got my sound alerts on. Okay, just want to make sure I'm not getting anything new. So yeah, that Pan W, super interesting. Not going to do it, but the fact that they we talked about this yesterday. Somebody I can't remember who it was brought it to our attention in their YouTube room. Might have been Luca. I think it was Luca, Lucca. I think it was Luca in our YouTube room brought it to our attention that Pan W had changed their earnings release to Friday afternoon after the market closed. And so that is very rare, for especially for a big stock like this. I mean, I honestly cannot think of any stock of this stature that would do that. So, I mean, does it mean absolutely that they're going to be releasing something that they don't want the market to digest the next day? That's all I could think about or think of. And actually have the weekend and maybe by Monday, people will forget if it was really bad. Pretty interesting. All right, keep an eye on Limbach, LMB, guys. I mean, it's above yesterday's high, and when you look left, it's got some room. 34. It's got about $2 to the next high. It's showing up on my daily reversal. The alert was at 32.61. Okay, so it's a little bit below the alert price. But I think what I'll do is, why not just stick an alert around 32.63 and see if it takes that out. Fortunately, I had to go back to I wanted to use our charts, but I mean, they were just loading so slowly. So I'm back to the TV charts. I've got one trade ideas chart that is fine, but I don't know. It's just really weird. I'm wondering if it's because I've got them in a dock. That's the only thing I might try the next time, not having them in a dock. I really don't know if that's the issue. Step by step, inch by inch. I don't have that is not the that's not a moving average. That's the VWAP, Kishore. Okay. That's the VWAP. I don't have a moving average on my 15. The only moving average I have on my charts right now is on the daily chart, the 200-day simple moving SMA. This is the VWAP though. I'm liking this, guys. I mean, this Limbach, LMB. I mean, it's got some room. 34.17 is the next high looking left, assuming it can take this out again. 32.61, where it's at right now. And there we go. Ah, sure. Almost said it. You know what's wrong with it? What's wrong with it, guys? Hands up. What's wrong with LMB right now? If you bring up LMB, what's wrong with it right now? Thank you, Kishore. You win the prize. Yeah, the spread is terrible. 32.51, 32.77. Look at that. Now they could tighten, and it could move, but right now, problem with getting in, even if it tightens, you never know. They could just yank that bid again. So it's preventing me really from getting that excited. But I was really excited about it though, because look at the room it's got. A couple of dollars. So people ask me about what spread will keep me out of a trade. That'll do it. 61.77. Doesn't look good for top now, guys, in terms of well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, this is so wild, but good for you, Edith. I know you're short, so that's good. Well, yeah, typically you cannot just buy. I mean, you can try, but typically you won't get the fill at the bid. You want to fill, it has to be at the ask, typically. So, I mean, I think it would be very rare for you to be able to get a fill at the bid and then sell right at the ask. Yes. Now with IB, you can kind of go in between. You can ask them to try to fill you in between. I'm sure most brokerages you can do that, and I'm sure it's not just Interactive Brokers. But the problem I have though is that you know if it did it before, with the spread, could do it again. So you can get in. And so I could try. I might get a fill at 32.70. All right. But then they could just yank that bid again, down to 32.50 or something. So this is sort of the right now. I mean, the volume isn't great. The other thing is, and now that I'm really examining it, look at the float. 8 million in the float for a $32 stock. Again, sometimes this won't matter if it tacks on 2, 3, $4. Of course not. I just said I don't know what's going to do that. So that is a very, very low float for a $32 stock. That's one of the reasons why the bid is the spread is terrible. Hey Pepe, are you in the room? I'm just gonna ask you a question about Discord. You in the room by any chance? Or even dare I? Grumpy? So I haven't looked. I mean, I'm not in Discord anymore. And again, just because of the 50 limit, I'm just wondering, without my checking, have you any idea if they've expanded that? I haven't looked for haven't been in Discord for several months now. You know if they've expanded that so that you can have more people in on the display side, not the number of people is not the issue, but the display side. Yeah, I suppose I could do a search and maybe find out, but it's easier for me to ask you. I'm kidding, of course. You don't have to do a thing, but maybe I'll do a little check on the weekend, see if they've expanded the number of people that can view a screen past that 50 level. Out of curiosity, why Grumpy? I mean, to me, when our room that when we had it, I thought it was pretty cool. Maybe you don't like Discord in general because maybe some of the nonsense that happens in other rooms. But I mean, I thought the display was awesome. I think the sound was awesome. I can do more in Discord, have more control. I mean, you might. Well, we had a Discord room going. Well, anyway, it doesn't really matter unless we can get past 50. Then it's a moot point. All right, guys. Well, I'll do a quick video now. Guess what I'm going to do it on? Not, no, not Bill Leanne. William wins the prize. And Jet in our other room wins the prize. Yeah. Yeah, it only allowed 50 screen shares. That was the limit. Okay, guys, on mute. I'll get my announcement in so you know why I'm on mute if you care. Doing my video. 113, say 124. And should not be later than 124 p.m. And I'll mute myself in our YouTube room. All right, guys, I'm back. So this one didn't do too badly. This is FLNC. This is another one of down big yesterday, up big today, or up today. Not necessarily big, but at least 2%. But getting above yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was 2265. So you can see that's where the alert was, 2265 for FLNC. Not doing too badly. And of course, it's got room. Look at that, 2470. This is interesting. This is definitely interesting, guys. I mean, it's got some room, decent spread. Still in the MPW, guys. Just kind of waiting to see. I mean, this might be it. 650, it might be it. I know it got down into the 640s, but no huge reason to get out of all my trade in it. Not yet, anyway. See if it has one more leg down. Captain Para, I was going to say Captain Parabola. How about Parabola? Or we could call you Captain. I got to watch myself. Four ball. And for those of you who are linguistically enlightened, you'll know what I mean. Okay, MPW just made another little move down off that 650 mark. Parabolas. I'm just trying to impress you guys with my Spanish. Parabolas. Bolas. Anyway, all right, guys. Well, I'm not. Oh, there's the top, guys. I say that's my number one focus. If we have a late day run on this one, number one focus on a late day run. It's not necessarily over, and we need the volume to come back. I know. I think you're out of it, Edith. Okay, so now we can. But I mean, there are a ton of topping tails. There are a ton of topping tails. One, two, three, four. Well, there's some bottoming tails too, but I think the topping tails are more ominous than the bottoming tails. So Muy bueno. Oh man, I've got this keys thumbnailed and it just hurts me to see it doing exactly what I was hoping it would do earlier. Yeah, look at this keys now. It's just awesome. Awesome without me. Look at this. What a beautiful move on that, 10th time it took out 131. It did. But Bill is still hot. Bill is still up there. It has not really dropped at all. Still at 110. I mean, look at this. At 20, I didn't even realize it was that much down. $23 down. I think he's trying to post something real and it's not working. I think he's trying to I think anyway, Captain Parabola. Yeah, whatever. If you're trying to post something, it's not showing up. See, this is what people are saying. I don't know. Maybe on your end you're seeing it, but it's not showing up. I know that there might be some limitations on posting in the room. I know that some use this Imgur, if that's how you pronounce it. That seems to work, but well, real, here's your namesake, RLX, RLX, an earnings play actually. So trade it, RLX. Well, you can still contribute, Captain. We just can't see your. I don't know why we can't. You must not be using Imgur. Is that how you pronounce it? I know some people are able to just put a picture in using or a screenshot in using Imgur. Yeah, that is pretty ugly. Real RLX. Yeah, that's a pretty ugly looking messy thing. Ooh, the top. Ooh, the top. I'm telling you guys. I'm just. That's all I'm going to watch now. Probably for the what time is it now? 1:30. If it takes out that number one, I think around 1:30. Sorry, 7:34 or so. Still hovering around the VWAP. But need some volume coming in. A little bit of a volume bar, the bar before, 15-minute bar before. But imagine if we got something at least like this one, not the color, because that was a sell-off, but a nice blue one with 1.5 million shares. I don't, I don't know why we don't have that 200 day. Yeah, it's right there. I don't know why we don't have it as a data point. I have not sound alerts. Sound alerts. A little slow there, Pepe, thanks. Well, okay, there is some news after the so it got halted at what, 113? I'm seeing this news at, well, at 113. Okay, so that is now why it's been halted for that long, I don't know. This was not a news halt, it was a volatility halt, but that news hit at the same time, which caused the pop. If it ever comes out of its halt, we're looking at perhaps $6. Again, guys, this is from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen you see here, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. This is the time and sales, Interactive Brokers. This is a halted stock. You can't see the symbol up here, but it is JTAI. And there is a projected open, but this has been halted for, let's see, since 113. So right now, this could be, well, it'll be a 20-minute halt. If it opens at 38, if it opens in about 16 seconds, then it'll be a 20-minute halt. I'll keep it on here just in case it does open. Because usually they're multiples of 5. Nope, still not resumed. Now, look at this. I mean, there's only 72,000 shares that have been traded. So I don't know. I mean, that might be one of the reasons. All right. So for top, yeah, 7:23. So I have an alert set for 7:30. So just a little bit above the 200-day moving average. I don't know why we don't have the metric for it for top. I really don't know why. Remember this one, guys, in the pre-market, CRKN looked really awesome. Nope. All right, MPW, another little penny down. Looked really awesome in the pre-market, CRKN. This is what really I've been seeing for the majority of time. These ones that pop. Now it's look at this. I mean, it's basically flat. It's not shortable for me. IoT. Let's take a look at IoT from Real IoT. Well, yeah, it's also coming into what you could consider some resistance. 2385 high right there, and 2024 approximately right there. So yeah, coming into some resistance around that 24 mark. You know what's making a new high, guys? Believe it or not, is Billy. Not Billy. That's Bili. Bill just made it. I think just made a new high. All right, I've got to get rid of that keys thumbnail chart. I think real mate. I don't know if he's willing to share it, but I know he looks at the BBs. So I don't know. I don't have one, Phil, but somebody might. Well, this is the biggest turnaround we've seen in a long time. Look at Bill at the very low. It's about a $20 recovery for Bill on a $110 stock. All right. Well, here's that lamb, guys, but the spread is still terrible. Jet. Okay, I'm sorry. I just see your comment now. BNTC inching up. Let's take a look at BNTC. Now you posted that at 129, so it's 10 minutes later, which is an eternity. But let's see. Well, yeah, it's still kind of BNTC. The next high looking left, 325. So 325. If it can, well, you've got a few things that. Oh, actually, 362 is the 200-day moving average. That's far enough away, but it would have to take out 325. If it does that, that 365 is still far enough away on a percentage basis. So there, yeah, BNTC. Problem with it, look at the volume. Low float, hardly any volume. And also the relative volume is it's only trading a third normal in terms of volume. So pretty tough to commit. My connections at ADTX. I think, didn't they do, is this the one that, yeah, this is the one that did the merger. Yeah, a couple of days ago, DFFN. So that's one reason why they would never probably not have, unless you're center point, you probably do not have shorts available for this. Okay, guys, HE is making a little move here. HE is making a little move. The VWAP is 1328. It's been sort of hovering around that VWAP area for a while. The high of the day was 1370. The high in the pre-market was 1520. I mean, this could have a late day run. A little bit of volume coming in. Oh man is right. I've got this is my oh man is my sound alert for my abnormal option activity. So when I hear oh man, I know which window to look at, and I'm looking at this one. And again, MPW just amazing. Only two alerts from my breakdown, and that was one of them. Could Roku be setting up for a quick short? That's from our YouTube room. Let's take a look at Roku. Yeah, well, I mean, it's through the 200 the VWAP, sorry, 78.99, so 78.69, so it's 30 cents underneath the VWAP. Now, you may want to have got it a little closer to the VWAP. The next low looking left on the 15 is 77.64. So, that's a dollar away. Yeah, it's possible. You take this trade right here and put your stop, at the VWAP, see what happens, I guess. The only issue with it, again, the relative volume is only 0.78, so it's not trading abnormally in terms of volume. So, that's another potential issue. I mean, it could work. I mean, Keyshore, it could work. You could, try it and put your stop near the VWAP and see if it works. I mean, it could work. Boy, what? Well, I have no idea where MPW is going. There's no bottom. I mean, it's an all-time low, so there's no chart support. Oh, it opened. Okay, it did open. JTAI. Wow, it opened and then it immediately closed. So the volume, obviously, on that volume bar, that basically doubled the volume of the day for JTAI. All right, I'm going to have to check the float of this one. All right, so even that website, the dilution tracker, they have no float information either for JTAI. Okay, this was, oh, I see what's happening here. So this was a SPAC. Okay, of course, this was a SPAC that turned into JTAI. So I don't know what the float. It'll be low. Whatever the float is, it'll be low. 1.3 million. Okay, thank you, PJ. I'm going to doubt it's that many haul for some reason. 33 million seems like a lot. Okay, so the market's putting in a bit of an uptick now, guys. Bit of an uptick. Nothing huge, but a bit of a choppy day. Move up, move down. Pretty big move up. Little rest. Pretty big move up. It looked like this market was going to drop because that, remember, that candle, that green candle at 115, the 15-minute green candle, little green candle, that was at one point a big red bar all the way down here, but then the buyers took over. The buyers look like they're still in control for a bit. All right, this doesn't look good for top now, but because of that float, if they get any buying at the end of the day, it could have a run. Well, Christine, I don't know. Maybe PJ. I don't know what you're talking about. I know you're not directing it to me, but oh man, oh man. Okay, again, in case you think I'm crazy, if I go down to properties and actions, and this is the sound alert I've got on this window here, on that scan right there. Oh man, just cover that briefly. You can put sound alerts on your alert windows, your multi-strategy window. Whole idea of sound alerts, of course, is that you put a different sound on the different windows, so when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. And it's pretty simple to do. You right click, you go to properties, actions, then you basically just follow this. Whoa, I hope I'm okay here. MPW just got halted. No, I'm out some, but I do have some left. MPW just got halted for news. Anyway, set up the sound. So you click that play sound, you set up the sound. So you can have one if you want. You don't have to, of course, but you can have one of your windows text to speech. So she'll read out, she meaning it's a female voice who does the reading. She'll read out the symbol. That's pretty popular. But remember, you can only have one because you can't have them all. Otherwise, you'll never know which window to look at. So otherwise, you use the custom sound, select the sound. So we have three folders here. Each folder has a bunch of different sound alerts. You can click on one of them, gong. You can open it, and then you can play it. And if you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound gets attached to the window. Okay, to the scan that you started with. Okay. Does oil look like a drop soon? Well, I'm not sort of a macro player like that, but let's take a look at that. That's from our YouTube room. Well, let's take a look at XLE. I'll look at XLE, the energy sector. Usually pretty tied into the price of oil. So I, I, unless I'm wrong, I can't really see anything yet that is suggesting this is going to drop right now. Anyway, but then again, this is not absolutely the oil price. Yeah, it's blank. That's typical in a news halt. The That is typical for a news halt for a stock. That's what I've seen anyway. You don't usually get where like a projected open. Well, it would have to do something pretty dramatic for me to actually lose money. I have sold some off, so I'm just holding on a portion of it, just because there was no reason to, because I don't know where it's going. Now, hopefully, it's not going to go like at $10 or something, but if it does. So USO as a okay. Yeah, so I don't see that there's a drop yet in oil, not yet. Does oil look like a drop soon? I mean, that's just a question I have in our YouTube room. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just sort of basing here at the high of the day. The only thing you can look at are some popping tails, series of them. So maybe that's an indication that maybe it can get down to 72, 65. That's not that far though below the current price. Thank you, Tank. Though. Where can I find the custom scans that hedge funds use? No idea. Sorry. Probably you're not going to be able. Why would the hedge funds give them to you, Chang? Think of it like that. Why would a hedge fund even give them to you? Well, yeah, I know HE. I know. HE is on the move a little bit. Well, I just did a like Brent and sweet crude. I mean, I just did if you do a Google search, you'll see, Doug. Now the normal difference, I mean, isn't Brent from the North Sea? So that's a price. And then this WTI West Texas, that's a different price usually. So I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Brent is I don't know, something to do with the sulfur content. But you just do a Google search and you'll get the all the information, I guess. All I can remember is Brent is from the North Sea and WTI is West Texas. and I think it's to do with the sulfur content. Other than that, I don't know anything about it. Do I get requests for custom stands that the hedge funds use? No. I mean, in theory, Chang, I mean, they're probably spending like a lot of money to create those, so there's no way that they're going to just give them out to the public. My auction window says option buying and option selling. So not sure what you mean by that, Kishore. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Yeah, you can create your own. So when I was looking at when we're talking about the sound alerts you can have, oops. So the properties, actions, and set up the sound. So yeah, these are so when you click on use custom sound and then select sound, these are the free folders that we've got, but I guess there's nothing stopping you from creating your own sound files, put them in a folder or individually, I guess, as long as they're in this file, as long as they're in this folder, and then you'd have access to them. Oh, Chang, I have no idea what they look at. I mean, first of all, hedge funds, I mean, it depends what you're talking about. If they're high frequency traders, I mean, I have no idea what the hedge funds would look at compared to what scans we can build. No idea. I mean, I don't think the hedge funds are really too into these cheap ones. That's my opinion, but all right, guys, I am eagerly waiting the open. So does this system cater and market to hedge funds? Well, we don't market to hedge funds. I mean, you can create well, not virtually, but you can create your own scans, Chang. I mean, we have a lot of different alerts, real-time alerts. You know, I guess you're not a subscriber, but we've got a lot of different real-time alerts, new highs, new lows, and not gonna go over them all, but lots and lots of different real-time alerts. And then we have all these different filters that can filter the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So do we market to hedge funds? No. But most of our subscribers just either A, create their own scans, or they'll take my scans and maybe modify them to their style of trading, maybe a different price range, or they can take the scans that we've built in the channel bar, or you can create your scan from scratch. All right. Well, let's see if HE's got any more legs left. No, JTAI. Yeah, no kidding. The volume certainly picked up. I mean, when that was halted, I think there was only 60 odd thousand shares that had traded. But now, it is the volume definitely picked up. 661,000 now. All right, guys. Come on, HE. Just give me a little bit anyway. I'm not holding out for a big pop out of here. Yeah, Luca, I mean, you can do it. We're talking about maybe shorting PANW, Palo Alto, and holding over the weekend, just because it seems so strange that they're going to be releasing earnings after hours. I mean, you may want to just wait for it to open. I mean, unless it gaps down severely, and just see. But yeah, I just that's not in my nature to do that. Okay, high of the day. Well, it's above the high of the day. That's the only way it could show up here. Okay, that's the only way. So it's a high of the day now. High in the pre-market though is way up here at around 15. Again, anything in light blue is a potential long. Anything in brown, which I cannot short, unfortunately. I tried to short this one earlier, KVUE, but there were no shorts available. Interactive brokers, they've all been snapped up because I know there were shorts available earlier this week and last week, but none now. No, they don't. So the question is, do the relative volume and volume today percent alerts do basically the same thing? No. The relative volume, which is what I use when the market opens, is based on the time of day. Okay. So right now, LYTS as an example, relative volume is 6.66, ominous, up to two. So what, in a very simple way, it's a little more involved, but the average volume at 2 o'clock over the last 10 days, okay, it takes a look at that. And this is 6.6 times that. So why and but the volume today, so this is why the relative volume is a great filter to use once the market opens. So The volume today percent filter is sort of the standard one, okay, a common one. So let's just say a stock normally does 1,000,000 shares a day, and you put 200% ratio of 200% in the min box for the volume today percent. For you to see that stock today, it will have to trade 2,000,000 shares. Okay, just double the 1,000,000 that it normally trades. That's fine, but what if that stock in the first, say, hour trades 500,000 shares, and normally in the first hour, it is only traded 100,000 shares. Okay. So you would not see that. Okay. You would not see that stock using the volume today percent filter until it hit 2,000,000 shares. By that time, it could be way too late. So the relative volume filter is a very powerful filter because it looks at the time of day, not the sort of the overall day, what it does over an average overall. It's looking at what it does on average up to a certain period of time, and it's always adjusting. So you could catch something that normally doesn't trade that much in the first hour. All of a sudden, it's exploding, and it could be on its way to like 10,000,000. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense. So the relative volume filter is a great filter to use in the pre-market. Why? Let me bring up my I think this will make a lot of sense also. So again, this is what I use in the well, no, this is not the doc. Well, I use a doc, but this is good enough. So here's pre-market actives up. Okay. So here's the volume today percent right there. Here's the column. So what I do in the pre-market is, the first thing most people are going to look at. Remember, I mean, this is still running. Okay, but I only use this in the pre-market. And just one moment, please. Phone is ringing. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Where was I? Okay, I was talking about the the volume to date percent. So just a glimpse of what I do in the pre-market. Okay, um, this is. I mean, I have a pre-market actives up and down scan in a doc, but it doesn't really matter. I'll just show you the pre-market actives up. So typically, what you do, of course, is you always want to see the change from the close first. You want to see the stocks that are really moving in the pre-market. What did they do compared to yesterday's close, what's happening? And this is how we find easily enough to find stocks that are really moving in the pre-market by percentage. That's good. But another great filter to use is the volume to date percent filter, and I sort on that because let's just say I see 50% or even 25% in the volume to date percent filter, and I see that in the pre-market. That is pretty significant because what it means is that in the pre-market, this is already done. Let's just say it says 25%. It's already done what it would normally do. It's already done 25% of what it would normally do for the entire day. So you can look at that and go, wow, that is really abnormal volume. Okay, because it's already in the pre-market, it's done 25% or whatever that percentage is. And that's typically what I do is I'll do a sort on that just to see what the highest one is, and then take a look to see what's happening with it. Okay, so that's really the way I use the volume to date percent. I only use it in the pre-market. Once the market opens, I just really use the relative volume filter. Okay. Fastest scan to find a change in trend for a stock. Fastest. I don't know, fastest. I mean, it's you talking about trying to find bounces or find tops. Not easy to do, Chang. Right? I mean, if you're talking about finding stocks that have been moving down and then you know and sort of bouncing off a low, or that have been almost parabolic and then moving down. I mean, I can give you there. I have a scan that can help identify stocks that could do that, but it's not necessarily that they're going to. No, no, no. The scan I'm talking about had nothing to do with a trend change. That was just what I use in the pre-market. But I do have a scan. Are you a Trade Ideas member? Yeah. So are you a Trade Ideas subscriber, Chang? Because I do have something called bouncers and toppers, which you can take a look at if you're a Trade Ideas subscriber. If you're not, well, can't help you. Okay. Well, if you are a subscriber, then I can give you one that you can take a look at it. I don't use it, but because I'm not really great at trying to find tops and bottoms. What did I call it? Bouncers, toppers. Okay. So you can take a look at that. And there are two scans in there, one for bouncers and one's for toppers. Now, again, just because you get an alert doesn't mean, something that looks like it's going to bounce doesn't absolutely mean that it's going to keep going. I don't see that. I don't see that for the MPW that you're talking about. Yeah, you can keep asking me questions, Chang. Yeah, I'm fully prepared to answer questions. I don't see what you're looking at. This is all I see for MPW right now, still the same. There's the halt at 639. I mean, I'd love to see 220 or something like that. I don't see that. Not on my level two anyway. Which are you using? This is Interactive Broker, so you might have another broker. Didn't we go through this yesterday though, or a couple of days ago, where you thought something was going to be very high? Are you using Fidelity? So on that one, Chang, I don't have an answer for that. Okay, I don't have a ready-made scan for anything like that. But you know what you can do is go to support at trade-ideas.com. You know, just say, hey, I'm a new subscriber. I'm looking for something like this because we have different traders at Trade Ideas and they may have something like that. Okay. I just don't have anything like that. Okay. So support at trade-ideas.com and just ask that very questions. You know, just say, hey, I'm a new subscriber. I'm looking for something like this. One of the other traders might have something that, you know, they've already developed. I just don't have anything like that. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room when I'm talking about getting a hold of one of the other traders. No, there's the phone number won't work. The phone number is really just for accounting. But you know what? You just have to type exactly what you just typed. All you have to really do is say, "Hi, I'm a new subscriber. You have a scan that, and then stock that broke big resistance zone, but is now retesting breakdown area." So you've typed it perfectly. Okay. All right, guys, 2:21. Getting about 40 minutes left. But if Taurus bombards me with questions, I will stick around. This has got a little bit of room, guys. This Technoglass TGLS. It's above the high now of yesterday. And it's got a little bit of room to 35.88. So, you know, a little over a dollar, about $1.20 to the next high, if you were so inclined. Now, you may even be looking at this as a bit of a short. Looks like it's a little extended. You know, if you're really looking for something to do. What's the volume like? Yeah, 1.3 times normal. Low float though, 22 million in the float. What's the spread? Not a terrible spread. 34.66, 34.72. Not a terrible spread. So the news I had yesterday, which caused it to go down, announces the relocation of global headquarters to the United States. I'm not sure if that's the reason why it moved down yesterday, but so we've got a, you know what, the market looks like it could go positive. The Dow is up just a smidge. SPY is down just a little. NAS is down just a little. Who knows? Maybe we a few more little green bars. Maybe we end the week on a positive note. What do I think of Sana, S-A-N-A? Let's take a look. So for what though? I mean, right now in a daily chart, I mean, it's just chopping up and down, no real direction. Well, okay, you're talking about a squeeze. So, I mean, the short that it does have a high short float percent, 27%. So, you got that going for it. But you need news. You need something that's going to you know, get the excitement in this. Right now, I don't see anything that I mean, when I look at this daily chart, I mean, even between here, like the current price and 6, there's a lot of stuff happening. So, I just don't see anything in the weekly chart. I mean, the trend is down. So, I don't see anything at all that would make me, excited about this unless there and, the volume is nothing, interesting. 0.73, so it's not even trading normally. But you might wanna keep it on your radar or something and maybe put a price alert at 6 at some point in the future with that short flow percent. A lot of, sometimes that's all it takes is for, some stock to have a high short flow percent. And then some group somewhere, maybe a Reddit group or whatever, gets a hold of it and says, "Okay, today's the day for this one." But, right now, but that's my opinion, obviously. Yeah, so ECGL just came out of the halt, popped all the way up to 230, right back down to 213. Probably another low float out of, now I know the flag, out of Singapore, right? Singapore, yes. And yeah, now I remember this one. This is another a little bit like Tops, guys, not quite as dramatic as Tops, but you had this big move up to almost $25 and then just plunging right back. And now for whatever reason, there is no reason, there's no reason for this move other than, traders somewhere have got a hold of it and it's just now it's caught the attention of a lot of scanners. Where you can't do anything when you're not where you're excuse me, when you're you can't trade it out. So it's not going to start trade. So, it won't, once the market closes, it closes. I don't think this is going to be one of those that, no, because it's not, IB and allowed, but Saturday and Sunday trading is still not available with, with stocks. Almost 24 hours a day, Monday to Friday now. But no, I mean, if it continues to be halted, nothing anybody can do about it. Are you in it? Are you is that why you're asking though also? Oh, no, Captain, I'm talking about somebody asked about the halt on MVW. What happens? Well, I mean, okay, let's look left on the daily chart. And the next high, I mean, other than today's high, 238, there is room Looks like the next high, well, there's a high of 230, which it took out briefly. There's a high of 270. Yeah, so I mean, if it can get back up to those the high of the day, then the next high is 270. So I mean, if it can get back up to that 240 level, then the next high would be 270. And after that, you've got 349. So, anything is possible, but there's no news. So they're responding to a media article, so they're trying to defend themselves, obviously. Well, let's put it this way, Doc. Don't leave your computer in case it open. Like, yeah, I may shut down at 3 o'clock, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to wait to see if it opens, and then I'll, make it. It would have to jump probably to about 750 before I would be losing money. Yeah, don't make any plans. But if at 4 o'clock it hasn't, oh, now typically, I mean, William might be able to answer this. I don't know if they will resume it after hours. I mean, anything is possible. I mean, there may be something that'll say somewhere, it might start trading again at a certain time. Okay, so obviously it can open after the market closes. Well, does the market really close anymore? Not really, but okay, guys, there's the ECGL. Now it just took out the high of the day. So the next high is 270. What did I say? No, sorry. Yeah, it's 270. Yeah, 270 is the next high. Another crazy low floater. He may not be done. I still have a piece of it. The interesting thing to me is that it's sort of settled down. It hasn't been too all over the place. Well, luckily it's too windy for me for a bike ride, so I don't because I normally would probably go for a bike ride when I'm done. But yeah, I'll be hanging around just to see what happens on this halt on the MPW. But this is kind of why I've soured on these. I mean, the tops was okay, but I've soured on these sort of ones right now. I mean, these big topping tails and a complete sell off. I actually haven't read it, William. Okay, here we go. Misleading Wall Street Journal. You know, okay, like I'm no fan. I don't care about the Wall Street Journal. I'll call them a credible news source and all. I mean, so for them to say that, I mean, they actually talked to this guy who wrote the article and decided to wholly disregard the information. Well, anything's possible. I mean, I know they want to get a story out and all that, but we'll see what happens. It was a good one from my daily reversal was this RETO. It was a pretty darn good one. In a day when you're not seeing too many like this, but the alert was at 5:44. It's at 6:08 now. And it was at 11:33. I mean, we're talking 3 hours ago. This is what if I should be concentrating more on following these because sometimes the setup, you'll get the alert, but then it doesn't really move for a while. And again, this is one of the scans I'm sharing, the daily reversals. Now, what does it look like? Well, you can see RETO had a down day yesterday and then an up day today. And once it took out yesterday's high, that's when we got the alert. Speaking of my scans, guys, let's take a look one last time, my homepage. All right, click on my homepage link. This is what you're going to see. So as always, here's a promo code for 15% off the first month only. Or if you want to take out an annual, I have a better promo for you, 25%. You just have to let me know. Now getting started, you must do this. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, great free resource for you. Daily stock of the day that I do, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. Look at this Rito go. Wow. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday, maybe even earlier, but I'll say about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. I have to say that every time because we get so many people saying, "Hey, I signed up for it. Where is it?" And that's, our support people have to direct people to the spam folder, and usually it's there. Education, big education section is here. And again, if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, move down, scroll down until you get to the scan section. Here are the scans that I am sharing. Okay. You can see the ones well, here are the ones that you can actually see that I'm on my screen. The abnormal option activity, the momentum up, nothing on the momentum down. Interesting. I have to check that, make sure I didn't do something crazy. Add a filter in that is preventing anything from showing up. If you're looking just for a pure momentum scan in a different format, you can look at this. It's essentially the same as this, but it's just a slightly different presentation. Looking for a gap continuation or reverse, I got one here. And this is the daily reversals that I'm talking about that would have given you Rito earlier. So as always, if you do decide to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. You can save my homepage link. And whenever you decide you want to take out a subscription, if you decide you do want to, please click on that homepage link, go to my promo code and use it. This gives the room the credit for the sale. And this is what the company wants to see. The other thing is, we've had a problem since with the new website. The trading room link is not really, you have to search for it. So again, I'll ask if you feel so inclined. Just I'm going to give you the email that you can use. So it's support at trade-ideas.com. And just let them know. Just let them know that you know what, it's hard to find the trading room link. I mean, obviously the people in the room have found it, but what I'm more concerned about is anybody new coming to our website would have no idea we have a trading room. So the more people that sort of feed this to our the management of the company. I mean, they claim they're going to do something, but I'd like them to do it sooner than later. Okay, I've just I've just put it up there for you, Grumpy. Okay, guys, let's see, 240. Yeah, this is the mess that I don't like. Okay, this is what I've been seeing quite a bit of these low floaters that do this. I mean, the tops was okay. At least the tops had some trend to it. Okay, this had no real trend to it. A couple of halts, yeah, pop up, but now nothing. Now, look, guys, the market looks like even NAS might go positive. So looks like we may close the week on a positive note. Okay, William, I like what you said, only because I'm in it, but I'm not too concerned. I mean, it would have to do something absolutely crazy. I did not trade ESGL. No question in the YouTube room. Did not trade ESGL. It was already halted when I saw it. So, and did not trade it. Came out of the halt, popped up, and then came right back down. So, nope. I'm just looking. What I'm looking for is sometimes you'll get something that'll say, and the suggested entry resumption time could be 3:15, 3:30. I have seen that. AI guys. Now AI was just beaten up over the last few days. AI is now popped over 30. A little bit of volume coming in. AI, the next high looking left is 31.70. So it has about a dollar to the next high. I just find this very difficult to trade intraday, though today is not the worst day that I've seen. You don't have some giant red candles wiping out, big green candles. Grumpy. Can't remember why I banned you. You know, there was a darn good reason. I just can't remember what it was. But somehow you snuck back in. Becca was never a mod. Was she? No. I don't recall. I remember she okay. I am I am I am I'm watching the MPW how it's trading. It is open, yes. Okay, guys, I'm just watching how it's trading. Now I'm in at 682 on the short, okay, and I traded out a good portion of it before. So I'm just wanting to see if it gets up to that 680 mark, in which case I'll just close my position. But I want to see there's a little pop in it, but I want to see if that's short lived. Certainly not a massive pop. Of course, I can do all this because I traded some out before. Okay, otherwise I'd be getting out of my position completely. But I'm going to wait to see if it gets back up to where I shorted it, close to it, and then I'll just close it out. And but I'm just really wanting to see if this is like a momentary bit of exuberance. I mean, it really didn't move that much, but we'll see. Okay, I'm out of it now, guys. All out. Got too close to where I shorted it. Okay, well, obviously it would have made more if I had got out down here, but oh well. At least I don't have to worry about what might happen over the weekend. All right, guys, 247. So any questions? Last minute questions? That's too windy. I don't mind. I'd rather ride in mist than in the big winds that we've got. So I'm not going to ride. Now, the one thing I will say is about the MPW, not that I'm going to get into it again, but I think it got right into the VWAP. I think, yeah, almost right to the VWAP. 685 is the VWAP, and that is stalled it. But enough is enough. I don't know about he short. I mean, look, the he You've got the another VWAP to contend with underneath it. I don't know how far away that is. 1331 is the VWAP. So I mean, I suppose you could say if you shorted it here, and maybe the VWAP will be a magnet. I don't know. Boy, old Airbnb just the bad 3 weeks, almost $160 down to 125. Okay, Grumpy, I'm just reading your email. Well, thank you very much. I'm just seeing your email right now. I know it was hard for you to do that, but thank you very much. It's, obviously, you're in a good mood today because you said you had your best day all week. So, support at trade-ideas.com. Oh, I see everything. I see it goes to the general email and I see everything. I see all. I see it all. So there it is. Support. If you want to support the room, just say, hey, try to get the location of the tab in order to get into the room, make it a lot more visible like it used to be. And if you wanted to say something nice about Grumpy, go ahead. Notice the pause. Okay, Mello. So the question was in our YouTube room, how do you use the do not repeat function in the configuration of an alert window? So when you say, are you asking me how I use it, or are you just talking in general how it's used, and why would you use it? Let me just show you how I use it, and maybe that'll just answer the question. So you'll notice here I've got in this little dock, I've got this DR stands for don't repeat in both of them. So what does this is a better one because has more in it. Actually, I'm wrong. Let me show you the option scanner just because I'm displaying it right now. So what the don't repeat does is, or how you can use it. But you're asking for an alert window. Okay. So let me just back to the alert window. So this is what you can do and why I do it. So if I in this one, this alert window, don't repeat 10-day daily breakout. So I right click and hover, go to properties, hover over it, and then hover over the don't repeat. Okay, or click on the don't repeat. And then I check don't repeat symbol for. Now this is a drop-down menu. So you can pick 1, 5, 15, 30 minutes, 1 hour, or for the day. Okay. So why would you use it? So if you have a, let's just say you've got an alert window that really, triggers a lot of alerts, and the same stock is making a new high, like second after second after second after second, like this, sort of. Okay. Not quite as dramatic, but here's the KVUE making a new low, on the way up, and this is making a new high, second after second after second. So if you don't, and here's the HE. So if you don't want that, then what you can do, you can say, okay, listen, tell me when it makes a new high, but only every minute or every 2 minutes or every 5 minutes, whatever the drop down. Why I like to pick for the day is because then I can go back in time and I can say, okay, where was the first alert for HE? Now, interestingly, I should have had an alert here on the upside. I thought I made an adjustment. Well, anyway, let me put let's take a look at this one, the MPW. The first alert in the option scanner to short it was at 670. And you can see, it kept making new lows. This is back here. So I don't have to, the nice thing about this, I don't have to go scrolling through. Well, what did it do from there? Because all I have to do is click on the alert, 670, and I can tell, well, from 670, it did get down to 640, as an example. Okay. So that's why I like to see, but I have to find out why it didn't trigger the HE on the upside now. It might be because of the, no, I'll figure it out because I thought I had it adjusted. But anyway, so but that's in general, why I use the don't repeat. So I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, what was the first alert and what did it do from there? And just as we're speaking about HE, there we go, guys. Well, let's see. William, didn't you sort of make a mini prediction about what would happen with HE? Oh, he's gone. Yeah, I think he. If you go way back, the way back machine, he talked about how it might even approach that high of the pre-market. I mean, it may not. He doesn't know for sure, but just watching, guys. I'm watching for a 14 break here, which could really get it going again. The high in the pre-market was way up here at 1520. Could be a mini magnet. And this is also showing up on the daily reversal. So a couple of scans, HE is showing up on. Now it's not showing up on the momentum up, and the reason is because I put a limit of 100 contracts. Because what I really wanted to show here are stocks that don't trade options. Okay, because a lot of the ones that traded options were showing up here, but they were also showing up here. So I wanted to make a differentiation. So these are stocks that typically don't have a lot of option activity. This is also was an AI alert too from our AI. Thank you, Mr. Captain. Better be more formal with you, Captain Parabola. I know it's parabola, but I'm studying my Spanish now. So, all right, guys. Oof, 3 o'clock. Where are you, Taurus? Well, for those who don't know, my wife is from Peru, so she's Spanish, speaks Spanish, of course. So I've got a smattering of Spanish, and I'm sort of doing the Duolingo thing now for the last 30 days. So my Spanish is improving. My vocabulary is improving. That's for sure. Met in Vancouver. You know, I live in Vancouver. Oh, I lived. Well, I grew up in Montreal. I was born in Montreal. Yeah, I grew up in Montreal. But no, we met in Vancouver. Looking for maybe an explosion through 14 for HE. You never know. Time is at 3:02. All right, guys. I mean, this HE is just hovering underneath 14. It could have that late day break, maybe challenge the high of the pre-market. You know what? Even hate to say it, but even top is making a little bit of a move here, guys. I mean, I wouldn't put it past it. But the volume has to really pick up. But if it takes out 7 again, that could have another run. And here's the Dreamweaver, WEAV. This is on the move a little bit here. The next high looking left, again, that is on the daily reversal scan that I've got. 1050, 1078 is the next high looking left. Probably too close. But if you look in the weekly chart, that's a maybe that's more of a target. Not today, but yeah, it doesn't surprise me. So how do I create a scanner to cache reversals? How do you create a scanner to cache reversals? Well, so one of the scans, in fact, I just put it right above. Somebody was asking, Chang was asking for something. So this is a scan I call bouncers toppers. Okay, Mellow. You can take a look at it. There are two scans in there. And it's called bouncers toppers. So just as it sounds, something that might bounce and something that might be topping out. And so could be reversing. The other thing you might want to look at is on my homepage. There is a scan called gap continuations or reverse. You might want to look at that also. Let me just bring it up. Okay, so on my homepage again, well, here you go. Here's the link, YouTube. So on the homepage, so you click on the link and go down to the scan section. Click here, and then gap continuation or reverse. I'm going to open it. I'll show you what it looks like. It's a multi-strategy window. There are four scans in there. I don't have it up and running right now. Okay, so this is what it's looking for. So there are four scans in here. Okay, you can see they're all checked. So gap down and go, what that would mean is a stock gap down. And when you've got the alert, it was still moving down. Doesn't mean it's going to keep moving down for the rest of the day, of course. But here's one, a gap down and reverse. This is a stock that gap down and now is in a reversal mode. Let's go HE, sorry. Give me a moment. Okay, so where was I? So gap down and reverse. So again, when you see the alert, it means that it is gap down and it's starting to reverse. Doesn't mean it's going to continue to reverse though. Okay, let's want to make sure that's understood. Then gap up and reverse, the same thing. Saw it gapped up, and now it's starting to come down. Doesn't mean it's going to continue to come down. And then the last one is the gap down and go. So that meant it gapped down and kept moving down for a while. Doesn't mean it's going to keep, in the same direction for the entire day or even for the next half second. But you can certainly take a look at it. Okay. So if you only wanted to see the reversals, you can just get rid of the gap up and go and gap down and go. But as has been stated many times, playing reversals and bounces is not easy. And I certainly, I mean, not that I won't do it ever, but I don't look for them. And that's just me. I mean, some people are very adept at doing that, and that's fine. The only way I could become better at it is if I kind of abandoned everything else and just really concentrated on that. But you know what? I just kind of like the way I trade in terms of the momentum scans and that's all about building a business plan or a trading plan that suits your personality, how you like to see things. Alvo, I think, is one of the only Icelandic stocks that I've seen. I know they're their headquarters is Luxembourg for tax purposes, but this is an Icelandic company. Why do I care? Because that's my heritage. And as some of you may know, before the pandemic, my wife and I went to Iceland. Time of our lives. Unbelievable place. All right, guys. Well, I actually don't mind hanging around. So again, if you have any questions, fire away. That's a good one. I know the symbol for boron. Only because it's my name, B. But, are we in correction territory? I don't really know, Mello. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I tend not to get too hung up about what the overall market's doing. I mean, I'm aware of what the market's doing. I'm aware of the major sectors and all that. But I don't get too hung up on, are we in correction territory? Is the market going to go down from here? I mean, you look at the daily candles on the SPY. I mean, it doesn't look good. Look at the weekly, it doesn't look good. My area of here would be like that 430, and we'll see what happens next week. We'll see if the SPY can hold that 430. That was about 3 weeks worth of data about a month and a half ago. If it broke through that, then your next area, is right around. I remember the jubilation when we took out 410. Okay, so we just have to see. I mean, we've had 3 weeks down now in the SPY, but I think another level is 132 or so. Pretty important level for it to try to hold. All right, guys. NCMI Cinema. If there's any news on this one, I don't know if they've got. I know everybody's all excited because we had the two big blockbusters and all. Whoops, NCMI. Whoops. How fast is my computer? It's an old computer, to be honest. It's about 5 years old. But when I got it, when Trade Ideas gave it to me, it was a spec for a long term. So it's got 32 gigs of RAM and all that. So it's pretty fast. I mean, I've got a lot of things on the go. Oh, I'm sure it's an NVIDIA graphics card. I'm pretty sure. I'd have to look at the specs. I haven't looked at the specs for 5 years, 6 years, 5 years. I can't remember. It's been pretty good. I mean, I know some you guys will hear me complaining about it, but it's mainly trade ideas, and slow down sometimes on my charts and this and that. But overall, it's been very reliable. Well, this could be interesting next week. This Brazilian stock, GOL, airline sector. Next, the high right here is 333. And then after that, the high is 377. So GOL, you know, we're really missing the boat in some of these floats. I mean, I have no explanation. We're supposed to be getting better, but I see a lot of the foreign companies. Now, before I dump on our provider, let me make sure that who I usually go to see what the float is. Yeah, even a lot of these foreign companies or companies that are I mean, they trade on the U.S. exchange, but they're foreign companies. Difficult to find float information. On the other hand, the way they're phrasing it is that we cover over 2,300 tickers under a 500 million market cap. It doesn't seem like GOL is one of them. So it's possible then that the market cap for GOL is over 500 million, which would mean, that could mean they have whatever 175 million in the float. All right, guys, that's it. That is it for me. I will shut the room down now. Yes, the Trade Ideas homepage was updated. Yes, and that's kind of the issue, Mello. It's hard to find the trading room link. So that's what I've been asking people to do. If you feel you want to, just send something to support at trade-ideas.com and say, hey, how about making the trading view or the trading room link more visible like it used to be? You don't have to go and search for it. Oh, thank you, Captain. I'll just put that support at, whoops. Okay, guys, that is it. I am bushed. So have a great weekend, everybody. Thanks a lot for all the help and putting up with me and my moaning about the trading room link and all. But we got to do something. We need the room to survive. I don't want to be too dramatic about it, but that's really what it's all about. We need the room to survive, and we need all the help we can get, and that'll be a help to get it back. At least clickable or readily available to click. So have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you on Monday. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock, as always. So have a great weekend. We'll see you then. And YouTubers, I will close you guys down now.